Hey everybody, it's Kamigawa and welcome back to some more Magic Arena. Today we have the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty Arena Open Day 2. This will be a best of 3 Neon Dynasty draft event, so a very high stakes draft tournament. You get into this event by getting a 7-win run in the sealed Arena Open Day 1 the previous day. So it's only going to be the cream of the crop in terms of competition here. Everybody who got in here had to win their day 1 event, which had an entry fee of 5,000 gems or 25,000 gold. So the people entering that event in the first place were already only going to be the very enfranchised players, and now it's only going to be the best of the best. So it's going to be a really stressful event here. The first 2 wins, all you get are 5,000 gems, but that is still all of the entry fee back from the Arena Open Day 1 event. After that, you start stacking up into escalating prizes that lead all the way up to a lot of money. There's 7,500 gems for 3 wins, 10,000 gems for 4 wins, 20,000 gems for 5 wins, and then where you really make it is at 6 wins. You get $1,000, 7 wins is $2,000, and 8 wins is 2,500 US dollars. So some really crazy prizes on the line. I'm happy to just have made it into day 2, so whatever happens here, we're at least getting our gems back, but it would be really cool to see if we can't get at least 6 wins and get some cash prizes. But whatever happens here, I'm just happy to play some Magic and happy to get some gems back out of it. So we'll see how it goes as we hop in to the Arena Open Day 2. Alright, here we are now in our draft with a pretty great rare. The Lion Sash is like the white scavenging ooze, except it can reconfigure as well. 2 mana for a 1/1 for 1 mana exile a card from a grave. If it's a permanent, get a counter on it, and equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each counter on it, plus obviously that reconfigure ability is what is so powerful about the card, making it really hard to remove because you can just start putting it on your smaller creatures to kind of tuck it away, hide it away from creature-based removal. So Lion Sash, really big bomb. Happy to pick one, pack one that. If that weren't here, the Modern Age is one of the best blue commons. Just a really great deal. Draw 2, discard 2, spit out a 2/3 flyer eventually. And other than that, Goshintai and Prosperous Thief are decent uncommons here, but not the most exciting pack ever outside of the sweet rare. Well, we could move into just Red-White Samurai here with Risona Asari Commander being passed to us. This is a 3 mana 3/3 haste. When it deals combat damage to a player, if it doesn't have an indestructible counter, put an indestructible counter on it, and when combat damage is dealt, you remove the counter. Not the greatest rare ever. A little wonky, but still a 3 mana 3/3 haste is going to be good in the Samurai deck. That being said, there are some great just white commons here. Sunblade Samurai, Spirited Companion are both quite good. Iganjo Exemplar is interesting to me. Honestly, might just go with a Spirited Companion. I think I might just go with a Spirited Companion because it leaves us completely open here so far. I don't really want to tie myself into red-white immediately. It's one of my least favorite color pairs. Plus, this isn't like a super big reason to do so. The indestructible counter just doesn't last when you would need it the most, which is when you're like getting hit and you need like an indestructible blocker. So I'll just take the Spirited Companion there, and whatever is open later, we can just tie that to our white, and we're just definitely in white for now. This looks like a pretty easy circuit mender because this card is nice and versatile. It fits into pretty much any deck without too much hassle. You don't need anything to synergize with this for it to be good, just a 3 mana 2/3 gain 2 life when you play it, draw a card when it dies or leaves the battlefield in any way. And if you do have ways to synergize with it, it's excellent. Ways to sacrifice it, ways to bounce it to your hand with ninjutsu, stuff like that. So I like Circuit Mender here. Outside of that, there is a Jukai Preserver, one of the best green commons, and decent red common, the Steelbreaker, decent black common, the Infiltrator, Mirror Shell Crab, a decent blue common. But we'll just stick kind of wide open here, take the Circuit Mender. It's just as good as anything else in that pack. Well, we do see a pick for Naomi here if we want to try to work on a potential white-black deck, but we still see 2 really good white cards here. Heir of Enlightenment, a great cheap saga, gives you a lot of value, or Iganjo Exemplar. I think I still don't really want to tie myself into something too hard. I've had Naomi be really good. I've also had her be pretty bad. If you're spending 5 for a 4/4 and just not having an artifact enchantment out, she does very little. She's quite the stat line if you do have both out. I think I'm just going to stick to mono white here still for Heir of Enlightenment. Get really greedy, just don't move out of mono white unless we see like a massive reason to do so. So we've got Greater Tanuki, here. Best green card in the pack. Moonsnare Specialist is pretty great in blue. These red cards aren't sweet. I mean, Go Shintai is solid. Let's see, Moonsnare Specialist. Wanderer's Intervention isn't that much worse than anything else here. Moonsnare Specialist probably the best, but we don't have any removal yet. Wanderer's Intervention should be fine. Another Iganjo Exemplar. Pretty interesting for us here. We hard cut white by taking it as well. This card isn't as good as it looks. It looks like super solid. The biggest problem with it is the 1 toughness. There's just a lot to blow up 1 toughness stuff in this format, I have found in my experience. Kami of Terrible Secrets would be solid. Moonsnare Specialist would be solid. I'm just going to hard cut white here, though. See a pick 7 Naomi now. Just getting further and further away. We already have 1 Wanderer's Intervention. So it's a little combat trick, another Wanderer's Intervention for removal, or the Naomi now and maybe pushing a black. I think I'll take this Naomi, because this one has gone quite late. Katana's good with a lot of Samurai and Warrior. Golden Tail Disciple's quite solid just by itself, but we definitely want more artifacts to make sure we can consistently trigger Naomi. We do have 2 already, Lion Sash and Circuit Mender, and Hotshot Mechanic is not the best artifact. And we're already 2 artifacts, 3 enchantments. It's pretty early on. I think we can still just take Golden Tail Disciple here. Yeah. Now, a Brute Suit, Kitsune Ace, and Inkrise Infiltrator. Kind of like the Infiltrator here. Just a solid flyer. The Ace doesn't really do anything unless you're playing vehicles. I don't love the vehicles in the set like Brute Suit, so probably Inkrise Infiltrator. Now we have Light the Way or When We Were Young. Both combat tricks. This one's a really expensive combat trick, but if, again, you have an artifact and enchantment on board, you get a huge trick out of it. So probably When We Were Young over Light the Way. I do like Light the Way being so cheap to cast, but this is the deck where we could get the full value When We Were Young. Unfortunately, somebody else took the other Naomi, I think, so could be competing for white-black here. Which is fine, because we're still really heavy into white. We could push into somewhere else. None of these cards are particularly playable, though, so it's not going to help us pick up a secondary color or anything there. I should have taken Lucky Offering, because it is best of 3 draft here. So Lucky Offering to make sure we have good sideboard artifact hate instead of the Return to Action, which we could definitely play if we're in white-black, but we're just not guaranteed to be white-black here, where we are guaranteed to be white. Okay, well, if we open up one of the best black cards in the set, I am going to do everything I can to stay in black. Life of Toshiro Umezawa, a ridiculously versatile, flexible saga here. Nice and cheap. Incredibly good card. Dockside Chef's quite good too, but not quite on par with the Life of Toshiro Umezawa, because this requires no build around to be good. Dockside Chef requires a little bit. Want some expendable creatures or something. So Sunblade Samurai would be a sweet wheel. We have cut white as hard as we can, but somebody else is trying to go white-black because they saw Naomi, so I could definitely see that Sunblade Samurai getting scooped up if the Dockside Chef is gone by the time this pack reaches the black-white player. Another Era of Enlightenment seems solid to me, although Lethal Exploit is nice cheap removal. Don't think I'm taking another Wanderer's Intervention. Ninja's Kunai could be interesting. It puts another artifact in our deck and works as a removal spell. So I like Kunai, Exploit, Era of Enlightenment. Don't like Patchwork Automaton here. We're just not going to have enough artifacts for it in this color pair. But it can be incredibly good in the right color pair. I think I just want to go with Lethal Exploit. We don't have a lot of removal right now. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. Now we have Imperial Oath, which is a great late game play. Get 6 power and 6 toughness on the board, split amongst 3 2/2 Vigilance Samurai and Scry 3. Scry 3 is huge at that point in the game because you don't need any more lands, so any land you hit functionally turns into just draw a card instead of Scry 1 because you're dumping the land on the bottom. Fall of Lord Konda's fine, but I've had it not work out super often. But that being said, super solid sideboard material for sure. I'm going to go with the Oath first, though. Repel the Vial is fine, especially in this format where you get to sideboard pretty easily. Could take Hotshot Mechanic to trigger the cards that care about having artifacts, or we could just take Chain Flail Centipede, but I think Hotshot Mechanic would be better because we're heavier in white and we're not even guaranteed black still. We are kind of trying to be black, but we could have it so we're like a 10-7 split, 10 plain 7 black. So Hotshot Mechanic or Repel the Vial. Hopefully I can pick up better removal than Repel the Vial. Scoop up a Hotshot Mechanic here for the black-white. Artifact and enchantment on board. We also get pretty aggressive with this curve. Searchlight Companion can be pretty good here for being another artifact creature. Sunblade Samurai is always excellent. Goshintai of Shared Purpose is really annoying. Maybe it's the Goshintai here. Just a real annoying card, just spits out a million blockers. Not excited about any of this. I guess we just take like a Chain Flail Centipede here. We have Lethal Exploit, Wanderer's Intervention. Life of Toshiro Mizawa is not really removal, but somewhat. We kind of only have Wanderer's Intervention and Lethal Exploit for removal, so actually one Repel the Vial would probably be pretty helpful. We can actually just go for that here. 9 creatures, how many sagas though? 2 sagas. 9 creatures, 2 sagas. A little low on the creature count right now, but I'm going to take Repel the Vial. Ooh, easy Spirited Companion. Slam that in here. Slam that in here. Give me the dog Elvish Visionary. Golden Tail Disciple it is here. Pretty happy to see that too. 3 artifact, 8 enchantment. We really need to work on getting our artifact count up if we want Naomi to trigger often. This is all kind of nonsense. Take a little combat trick here. Do have a lot of enchantment creatures, so this might be played here. A lot of enchantment creatures. We've got a legendary creature in Naomi. Alright, so might not be the end of the world. We didn't take that lucky offering over the return to action. Because it looks like we are going to be white-black. We can play a return to action, or at least have it in the sideboard. If we end up in a matchup where we're like aggressively racing our opponent, it should be quite a solid card. Gaining us some life, getting our creature back on the board, letting us redo any enter the battlefield effects or anything like that. Shrine Steward can pull out a Goshintai of Shared Purpose, which is cool, and if we get any of the white removal, like aura style removal, we can pick that up with it as well. I just don't think a 2-mana 2/2 with no text is going to be better. Even though I'm not currently wanting to run Shrine Steward, it's possible in the future. If we pick up more auras. Malicious Malfunction isn't the worst sideboard material in the world, although it does kill most of our cards. So we would definitely have to sideboard out a lot of our creatures if we go down that route. If we play against a hyper-aggressive like black-red deck or something. So I really like Banishing Slash. I like that card so much I think I'm taking it over the Eater of Virtue, which might look weird to some people. Because the Eater of Virtue is like a rare with a giant mountain of text that is really cool and pretty powerful. It's Bone Splitter with upside, but Banishing Slash is just such an absurd card if you have an artifact enchantment on the board. 2 mana to like use this as a removal spell and get a 2/2 out of it is just such a tremendously good deal, and we're already heavier into white than black, so the double white isn't a hard sell on it either. So I'm going to take Banishing Slash over Eater of Virtue here. We'd love to wheel Spirited Companion, the Goshintai of Hidden Cruelty, Nezumi Prowler, tons of great options for us here, but Banishing Slash, definitely the premium one. Another Spirited Companion or Scoured Barrens. I think I'd rather just have a 3rd Spirited Companion, although actually, probably just play a Roadside Reliquary here, right? Our mana base is not that difficult. Heavy into white, we don't have anything in the deck that requires double black, so we just need, 2 plains and a swamp and we're set. Roadside Reliquary gives us a land that late in the game we can just filter this into 2 cards. Like we cycle it away, draw 2 cards if we have an artifact and enchantment on board. This seems really good. And any land that also functions as a spell is just incredible, because then if you top deck it late game, you're not just completely flooding out, you're still doing stuff. So I'm going to take the Roadside Reliquary here. I like Ancestral Katana or Iron Apprentice here, both just fine little artifacts to put in the deck. when we don't have a lot of them. We have 1 samurai, 0 warrior, so Iron Apprentice it is. Not the most exciting thing ever, but the katana it's going to be 3 to equip for +2/+1, a little bit of a hard sell if we're never getting a cost reduction off of it. Okiba Reckoner-Raid's an incredible enchantment. I'm going to have to take that over Iron Apprentice just because it's one of the best sagas in the format. Easy Spirited Companion again. Twisted Embrace is almost definitely the pick, although Dragonfly Suit gives us another artifact, which is quite helpful. But Twisted Embrace is just an excellent removal spell. I'm going to scoop it up here. We can start cutting some of our more mediocre removal. Definitely cutting the little combat tricks, only putting them in certain matchups. We can swap our deck around, make it a little more aggressive or a little more controlling based on what we need. Probably cutting all the combat tricks here for flat out removal. This is a 23 card deck right now. 13 creatures, and how many sagas that are creatures? 3 sagas, so 16 creatures. Yeah, we're fine, we're good. We've got a deck. We can take an Undercity Scrounger here, but we don't really have anything to combo with the treasure tokens that we produce, or we could just take a Hotshot mechanic. Either one is an artifact that helps with that. But Scrounger is still a 1/4, which is quite a blocker. I'll take a Hotshot mechanic though. Just get a real aggro curve going. Nezumi Blade Blesser or a Shrine Steward. We're not going to play the first Shrine Steward we picked up. Why would we play a second? Yeah, take a Blade Blesser. We could actually run this card because we're more in the color pair to try to give it menace pretty consistently. Death Touch somewhat of the time. Yeah, 11 cards that'll give it menace, 5 that'll give it death touch. So, Befriending the Moths or Nezumi Blade Blesser here. Probably Befriending the Moths this time. Both are like fine here, but like another 4-drop. Another somewhat later game card than what we have so far. Probably not playing a Gondro Exemplar, it's our only samurai. It is an enchantment creature though, which is, it is helpful. Just take this card for collection purposes. Don't know if I want to play these Iron Apprentices, but I do want a lot of artifacts. I mean, we could really just go low curve, just getting in there. Got several 2-power 1-mana creatures. The 2 Hotshot mechanics in the Okiba Reckoner-Raid spits out a 2/2 menace creature. Just really try to get in there. We've got combat tricks to do it too. Actually throw the tricks back in, take a look at everything. Not going to play this Kami. Or the Malfunction, Shrine Steward. Cut 8 cards here. What do we want the main starting deck to be? Not super high on Exemplar here. Even without it, we have 12 enchantments, so we have 11 enchantments without it. Really don't want to cut any artifacts, even though the Iron Apprentices are very mediocre here. Unforgiving one, because of the double Iron Apprentice, could sometimes do a thing, but we don't really have any other ways to modify our creatures. Regent's Authority would. It would put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, so that'd be a combo there. Yeah, maybe we do leave Unforgiving one in if we go for like the really low curve deck. If we go low curve, super aggro, maybe we don't play Oath, don't play Goshintai, cut like a land here. I don't think we can do the super aggressive thing that I'm considering doing here with our combat tricks and our cheap removal, because a lot of our cheap cards are just not high power for their cost. Like Era of Enlightenment and Okiba Reckoner-Raid aren't going to be attacking until several turns after we play them. Spirited Companions are all 1 power, Inkrise Infiltrator is 1 power, Lion Sash is 1 power at the start, Life of Toshiro Umezawa isn't attacking the turn we play it. Yeah, no, I think we go for a general regular mid-range deck here. So we definitely leave Imperial Oath in. And then, yeah, we probably cut these combat tricks, this Unforgiving one, if we're cutting the ability to make modified creatures down. Maybe even Return to Action for now. I see that being a high pick out of the sideboard. 2 more cards to cut. I honestly kind of want to cut the Iron Apprentices, but that is cutting down to just 4 artifacts. But the only card that we have that cares about having an artifact plus enchantment on board is Naomi and Banishing Slash. Don't have a lot to combo with Inkrise Infiltrator. It's pretty great with Ninjutsu because it's hard for your opponent to block it well. But we don't have any ninjutsu here, so we don't really care about that. Befriending the Moss is pretty great with the Golden Tail Disciples. I like that a lot. Maybe 3 Spirited Companion here is a bit much. Average 2.6. Maybe we don't need so many lands as well with triple Spirited Companion. And an Air of Enlightenment for scry and draw. Cut 1 land here. 1 swamp, I suppose. Do have 1 double black card that does make the mana base harder. Cut just 1 Iron Apprentice now if we cut a land. And this would be the deck. Alright. Looks like a very, very basic, very average deck here. Do have a Lion Sash in, which is definitely great. Naomi could pop off. Got 5 artifacts. We do have Roadside Reliquary, also cares about having an artifact and enchantment, but this card's super solid even if you only have an enchantment on board. Yep. I think this is where we're going to run it first, and we're just going to have to be really aware of what's in our opponent's deck, how we want to sideboard. I could see matchups where we want to throw a bunch of combat tricks in here. I could see matchups where we want to cut some of the 1 toughness creatures, but the problem is there we don't have much creatures to replace them with. If we want to go for a slower game where we cut a lot of the 1 toughness creatures, we'd throw in probably Malicious Malfunction, Unforgiving 1, because it's got 3 toughness, Shrine Steward, I suppose. We want to just slow down, get a little more controlling. We can't make any vast changes to the deck, but slide things around a little bit as need be. And I think this is going to be the deck. Just really hoping this Lion Sash takes us places here. The biggest things that could have went different during the draft that I can recall just right off the top of my head would be Spirited Companions were just flying around so late in this draft pod that we could have had double Companion, double Naomi instead. I think that would have been a better deck for sure. But that is the biggest thing. It's the only thing I can recall just right off the top of my head. Double Companion, double Naomi would be a better deck. But honestly, don't remember anything just massively good flying around that's off color. Like we should have super been in a different color pair. We could have been white-blue, taken some of those blue ninjutsu cards earlier, and they would have comboed well with how late Spirited Companions were going in our draft pod. But I think just sticking to white worked super fine. We got just tons of great white cards. We've got Lion Sash, Triple Companion, Banishing Slash, got a Ghost Shintai, Air of Enlightenment, Imperial Oath. So we're definitely white and X in this pod, I think. Maybe white-blue would have ended better with ninjutsu to combo with the companions. Maybe that would have been spicier. Did see a lot of the blue bounce ninjutsu card going early. Pack 1 there. Either that or, double Naomi, double companion, because this deck doesn't have any incredible ways to use companion. It's just playing it as the one that draws us a card, puts an enchantment on the board. Don't have any ninjutsu here. So we'd rather have double Naomi than triple companion. So yeah, those are the big takeaways I can think of for the draft. That's about it, really. Would like to see how white-blue deck would have looked in this pod. Or the double Naomi build. But either way, super solid, super average build here. What would my guesstimate be? Honestly, this feels like a 2-2. Feels like your baseline very average deck. This does not feel like a draft pod that was going to have anywhere near the bomb level or the synergy that could take us to an 8-win run here and get us the big money. But we can still compete with this deck for sure. If we play really well and draw pretty well, we've got a shot. But definitely pretty average, C plus B level deck here. Without further ado, let's head on into round 1. Round 1 of the Arena Open. Here we are. Life of Toshiro Umezawa, Lethal Exploit are guaranteed plays here with this hand, although it is a 2-lander, but we are on the draw, so I am going to keep it. Multiple early game plays. We can play Life of Toshiro Umezawa even on an empty board, although it wouldn't be ideal, but we have the Lethal Exploit as a backup plan if they play something after Life of Toshiro Umezawa. There's Jukai Trainee from our opponent. We can exploit that just to stay alive as long as possible here. I think I will go ahead and do that while they are tapped out, because we really need the time to draw into our mana. 1 plains and we're set for life with double Spirited Companion. But until then, let's just make sure we're surviving the early game. We have 2 other pieces of removal for their bigger cards, Repel the Vile and Twisted Embrace, so I don't feel too bad about dumping out the Lethal Exploit this early. And this is going to be quite a snazzy Life of Toshiro Umezawa to rip that 2-1 off the board and still give us the extra abilities of value later. Spirited Companion definitely would have been an option there, because it would be a 1-1 to block their 2-1 if they attack in, so they probably would not attack in if we played the Spirited Companion, and that way we might be able to bait them into playing another 1 toughness creature, because they wouldn't know about our Life of Toshiro Umezawa yet at that point. I'd like to try to hit the 5th land for Naomi, but we do want an artifact on board for that, ideally. But they've got a reach creature here, but we can buff Inkrise Infiltrator. Yeah, we'll go Infiltrator. We'll make sure we have something to do to actually get aggressive, even if the Naomi plan isn't popping off here. Shrine Steward from our opponent. We'll see what they can pick up with it. A Goshintai or a removal spell. Harmonious Emergence. Well, that's right, they're green-white, so they also have the green auras as an option. So they can pick up a big old 4/5 Vigilance. Well, we can exile their land with Repel the Vile now, which is pretty spicy. So we attack them with Inkrise Infiltrator. They won't block, because if they do, I just eat their Bamboo Grove Archer. If they do block, I mean, I have to just dump my mana into that. But if they don't block, then we just hold up the mana for Repel the Vile and get their card there. I forgot to play my land for turn. These are the top-level misplays that you expect. Day 2 of the Arena Open. So this is definitely an excellent matchup for Repel the Vile. They're green-white. Green-white tends to be enchantment-focused decks, so even if they don't have power 4 or greater creatures, they'll have enchantments to clear out. Memory's not getting in as long as they have a Bamboo Grove Archer anyway, so may as well trade our 2/3 into their 3/2. Seems fine to me. Probably trying to pop off with a... what is it? Card that returns an enchantment and a creature from their grave to hand. There's our artifact. It's excellent. Should have attacked first. We could have got 1 damage in just by the threat of activation again. So yeah, if they were just willing to throw that Shrine Steward in so early, I'm expecting they have the return a creature and enchantment from grave to hand card coming up at some point. Golden Tail Disciple. Alright, here's Naomi with a 2/2. Next turn we'll probably Banishing Slash one of their creatures to make sure we can get Naomi in and get another 2/2 if Naomi isn't immediately removed. We'll do everything we can to get the full value out of Naomi until they draw a removal spell. 4/5, well that's a tapped creature we can blow up with Banishing Slash. That won't exile it, so we don't get to kill another one of their lands, which isn't that fancy, but we can still deal with it that way. We can also deal with it with a Twisted Embrace soon enough, and I think I'd rather kill something that lets us get an attack in with Naomi. So let's kill the 3/3 probably. No, well, we kill the 3/3 and we attack with Naomi and a flyer here. Both of them wall off our samurai tokens for now, unfortunately. Let's Era of Enlightenment first and see what's coming up. That could affect what we want to do here. Okay, well that's not going to change anything. I kind of want to kill the lifelinker. Twisted Embrace the Forest in the future. I don't know. It's a really hard choice. I'm actually going to go for the reach creature so we hit a little bit harder. That being said, they of course can just gain some of the life back whenever they want to chump block, but it's not like they can crack back at us. Our board is massive, so I don't have to worry about them gaining 2 life every single turn unless they find a way to give the Disciple flying. Unless they play Befriending the Moths or something like that. Already don't want to attack into the Disciple, so I'm cool with a triple block with a bunch of Samurai tokens. Oh. Is this farewell to exile all creatures? All artifacts, creatures, and enchantments? That would be absolutely brutal. That would be a good card to know about for game 2, so we can play around it in the future. What else could it be? It could be +2/+2 to 2 cards. That blows us out pretty big here. That would make Golden Tail Disciple a 4/5 and the Forest a 6/7. A 6/7, we're putting 5 power there. That's 7 power still if we do that. Our most important creature by far is Naomi. Everything else is pretty expendable. This way we still kill the Forest if it's +2/+2 to 2 creatures. And if it's farewell, you know it's farewell. Everything dies. Alright, post-combat. Invoke the Ancients. A couple 4/5s. Give them both reach here. Be really annoying for... Actually, no, it's not that annoying for Naomi. We make Naomi a 5/5 with Twisted Embrace. We did lose our artifact creature by playing around the +2/+2 spell, so I probably shouldn't have done that on second thought. Yeah, losing our artifact creature was huge here. We actually don't have the second black for Twisted Embrace still. Pretty big time. Swamp. Ooh, beautiful. So beautiful. Never didn't have it. Doesn't have lifelink, so they can have the Vigilance one. They can go for it. Yeah, I shouldn't have blocked with Hotshot mechanic there. But now we are getting a feel for their... deck, knowing what to play around for game 2. Didn't see much combat tricks. We know they have invoked the Ancients for suspicious stuff. Our deck's great against Harmonious Emergence. Being able to potentially exile those. Great against Hotshot mechanic, but they'll probably sideboard those out since they saw Life of Toshiro Umezawa. Send in a 4/5. Take 4. They can ninjutsu if they want to remove their token from the board. Imperial Oath. Very annoying. Very good for our opponent, but our Inkrise Infiltrator is looking really good for us here. We only have the mana to buff it once, but luckily that means since we don't have to buff it twice, we can cast our Okiba Reckoner Raid and buff once. Get in for 3 plus 1 damage from Reckoner Raid, put them down to 6 life. Putting them on a pretty fast clock where they're going to have to kill our flyer. Ooh, Goshintai of Shared Purpose. Make sure we have all of the chump blockers in the world on the ground. I think that I would rather just hit harder with Inkrise Infiltrator this turn than play the Goshintai right now. Because I'm sure our opponent agrees that Inkrise Infiltrator just needs to die here. So they're already like digging, they scryed 3 here. They're already digging for removal for Infiltrator. So let's get all of the damage we can out of the Infiltrator as quickly as possible. I am not that worried about a crackback here. A 2/2 First Striker stops the 2/2 Vigilance creatures well. Our 5/5 stops the 4/5, and if they have removal, highly doubt they use it offensively to try to attack us. They're going to use it defensively to kill the Infiltrator. When they're at 6 life, they're dead to 2 more attacks from it. Alright. Unfortunately, it's a very good removal spell that's 2-in-1. But now we cast our Goshintai and start getting a wall of 1/1s. And we're in a top deck war. But we're at 22, they're at 5. We have a mana sink that gives us recurring value. Another removal spell off the top here, seems good. Just gonna go in. Combat Trick here would be pretty brutal. See what they've got. I mean, all 3 cards in their hand would have had to been gas for that. Okay, cool. So we can block both their creatures every turn with Goshintai. And Befriending the Moths was a huge draw here. They're dead in 2 turns. We hit for 2 in the sky right now, hit for 3 in the sky next turn off of our Nezumi Road Captain. Excellent draw here. Land for turn. 3 life, facing lethal. Do the chump in the 1/3 block. Might be better if they've just gone 1/3/1/1 on their 2/2 there. And Boseiju reaches skyward, so that is going to be game. Just a couple lands in hand for them. Alright, definitely played that one suboptimally. We could have definitely won the game a lot faster. We gave them way more opportunities to come back than we should have. Mainly the biggest one being having expended that hotshot mechanic so early, we only drew 1 card instead of 2 off of Roadside Reliquary. We were unable to keep making 2/2s off Naomi. So that was a pretty big punt there. So what do we do against this green-white deck? We don't really have any more enchantment removal to side in. Honestly, I really like our core deck against their deck. They don't have anything to kill X1s, so I don't feel like removing the Hotshot Mechanics or Iron Apprentice or anything. Life of Toshiro Umezawa was excellent against their 2/1, so they'll probably cut it. But even if they cut it, we can just use this to get damage in. Is there anything that's like super bad against them? Got a minute and a half to think on it. I don't think so. Wanderer's Intervention would be a little medium. Their creatures were all like 2/2s or 4/5s. Neither of those is something great to kill off Intervention. Ideally, you're killing like 3/3s and 4/4s and stuff. Lethal Exploit's fine. They had a lot of 2/2s. Circumventor's fine. Blade Blesser's fine. Disciples are definitely good against those 2/2 Samurai. Befriending the Moths was great. Goshintai was great. Repel the Vile, Twisted Embrace are both going to be excellent. Definitely not cutting those. Wanderer's Intervention is the only thing I would even consider really swapping around. I don't believe they played a single combat trick, so we could really get them with something like When We Were Young. So do we want to like swap Wanderer's Intervention for When We Were Young and just see if we can get a big blowout with it? Because they were making a lot of attacks. They were frequently making attacks of just like 4/5 and 2/2 into just a board of 2/2s and letting me do whatever I wanted on blocks. So When We Were Young could pop off. But at the same time, Wanderer's Intervention does somewhat work as a combat trick too when we have cards like Triple Spirited Companion. Like we can block a 4/5 with a 1/1 and a Wanderer's Intervention to kill it. We 2-for-1 ourselves, but Companion already replaced itself by drawing a card when it hit the board, so it's not that bad a deal. I think we can just run it back here. And I think I will. Opponent is going to be on the play here. Another mono black hand. Turn 1 Iron Apprentice, turn 2 Life of Toshiro Umezawa with Roadside Reliquary, so turn 3 we can crack a Reliquary trying to hit planes if we still haven't hit one. Or turn 3 we just play a Blade Blesser and have a Menace Death Toucher out. Circuit Mender, another turn 3 option now, that seems pretty good. Double green to start, we've hit our white source, absolutely beautiful. Do we want a Hotshot mechanic instead of Life of Toshiro Umezawa then? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I want to get this out as soon as possible to just flip it into a creature. Like, I can't guarantee that all my opponents are under the same mindset as me, but if in game 1, my 2-1 gets Life of Toshiro Umezawa, and I'm playing against, like, black-white, I've got to expect 1 to 2 Life of Toshiro Umezawas in the next game, and I'll just, like, cut my X1s. Because it's such, like, not like a full death sentence, but such a bad time to get your stuff shot down by the Life of Toshiro Umezawa. So what do we want to do here? Circuit Mender or Blade Blesser? Blade Blesser gets more aggressive here. Yeah, let's put our aggressive stuff on board. They're stuck on 2 mana here. They're stuck on double green. So let's just pressure our opponent. Try to kill them before they can stabilize. It's kind of ruthless and rude, but you do what you gotta do in the Arena Open. We will take it if our opponents are having mana issues. Alright. They do have 3 mana now, but it's still triple green, no white source. Probably Circuit Mender Hotshot mechanic this turn. No attack with Iron Apprentice, but we do attack with Blade Blesser. They have something for triple green at instant speed. What could they have here? Instant speed green card, they could have Tamiyo's Safekeeping, Hexproof Indestructible. +3/+3 reach kind of trick. Master's Rebuke, they could kill one of our cards. I think we're pretty good to just attack Blade Blesser here. Anything they have would just like be just a removal spell to kill Blade Blesser anyway, I think. So I'm trying to think, what's the biggest blowout they could do? They could play like Bosiju and blow up Memory of Toshiro to blow up an enchantment or artifact, and then this wouldn't have Menace anymore, and then we trade there, which isn't that big of a blowout because it's still a 1-for-1 trade there, 1-for-1 trade there. Fade into Antiquity, get rid of our enchantment, so the Blade Blesser doesn't have Menace anymore. We will play another enchantment to re-give Menace. Pre-combat, so they have to kill a weaker card here, or they can't kill Blade Blesser. Maybe I shouldn't have played Goshintai here, because if I just attacked all... No, if I attacked all and didn't give Menace, they would probably have... They would probably have just blocked one of these anyway. I think we're just sending in Blade Blesser, making 1/1s here. Spirited Companions, they have 2 blockers now. So it could block Menace. Probably attacking all now. We've got another Spirited Companion, plus we can draw 2 off Roadside Reliquary. Let's actually draw 2 first, I think. Naomi. That'll be beautiful in the future. Spirited Companion, so we have another enchantment in case they blow up the first one. And then now we have so much on board, plus Goshintai making more if they don't kill Goshintai, that I think we attack all, try to go wide around their stuff. Just 2 all attacks. Try to find lethal through that. They can go 1-1 on the 2-1, 3-3 on our 2-3. Might be their best block, but then they take 4, 5, 6, go to 2 life. 3-3 on Go Shintai makes a lot of sense too. They'll take 1 more damage this way then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, go to 1 life. Should have waited on my land, so they might have thought I didn't have the mana to make another 1-1 with Go Shintai here. Trade it off with Circuit Mender instead. But this way does still put them down to 1 life, so I don't think it's that big of a deal, but definitely another minor misplay here. Just gave them more information than we needed to. Alright, down to 1 creature on board. We pass the turn. We've got 5 out. And there's the concession from our opponent. We will start off the Arena Open Day 2 with a 2-0 victory. So we are 1-0. Round 2 of the Arena Open Day 2 now. Opponent gets to choose who goes first, and they are going to go first. This is a fine hand. We do need to draw Black Source pretty soon, but we can cycle this Roadside Reliquary to try to get there, and we're on the draw. Opponent takes a mulligan to start off, I think. Yep, mull to 6, keep the 6-lander, or the 6-card hand. Commune with Spirits turn 1. Pulls out a Gloom Shrieker. Very good card. Let's get our Iron Apprentice down turn 1 here. Green-black. As expected with the Gloom Shrieker. Attack for 1 here. High speed hover bike, tap down the Apprentice. Fair enough. Player Mechanic. Drop our Roadside Reliquary. Commune with Spirits again. Pulls out a Plains, green, black, and white from our opponent, and a Bamboo Grove Archer to stop our early aggro. Or they could hit us for 2 in the sky. Looks like they choose not to do that. Well, we need this Black Source pretty badly, to the point where we're willing to sack the Roadside Reliquary for 1 card here. This is not good at all. Favor of Jukai to make the Hoverbike a 5/5 attacker in the sky. Hits us for 5. Hit for 9 in the sky next turn. There's no way out here. Well, that was pretty abysmal. What do we want to do against their deck? Don't think that the Kami's going to be great here. Definitely not Malicious Malfunction. Honestly, I don't think we have anything big to sideboard here from what we saw. And they were only attacking with flyers. The only thing they had on the ground was just a 3/3 defender thing. Return to action can buff our thing up, make it big enough to attack into it, I guess. Is there anything just bad against them to cut for that? Befriending the moths is like a bit slow. Goshintai wouldn't do a ton. Yeah, Iron Apprentice isn't great against the annoying 3/3 thing. Hotshot Mechanic isn't either, but if we have multiple ways to buff it up, Life of Toshiro Ozama plus Return to Action or Regent's Authority or something, we'll be fine. So if we put Return to Action in, then our 2/1 can slap up into a 3/1, gain us some life, and come right back on board. If we put Regent's Authority in, it would only be... It would only be 4/3. It would still trade, so I don't think we want Regent's Authority. I think we want Return to Action for a trick, if we're looking for tricks. Honestly, still not even sure we are. So we can also just get that thing out of the way with like a Lethal Exploit, Life of Toshiro Umezawa, Wanderer's Intervention still. And we only saw like 5 of their cards or something. They definitely have 2/1s. They've got Gloom Shrieker. So life seems solid. Yeah, we'll just run it back, go on the play here. Spirited Companion turn 2, Okiba Reckoner Raid turn 1. Everything in the hand except Goshintai is castable even without drawing a land, and Companion helps get there. Quite like this hand. Fang of Shigeki. It's going to be a spicy Life of Toshiro Umezawa, but I guess I'll do the thing this time where I try to bait them into playing another 1 toughness creature here, if they have one. If they have another 1 toughness creature, it's probably only going to cost 2 mana. Three mana now. Do we just Life of Toshiro Umezawa at this point, or Spirited Companion? Could Air of Enlightenment as well. We still don't really need to kill the Fang. Everything we have attacks past it anyway. So I could just Air of Enlightenment or Spirited Companion here. I think I like Era a bit better. Set up a 2/2 first striker in the future. Befriending the Moths is a pretty good draw when we have 4 mana. So let's get the 4th mana for it and then draw it. And we go Spirited Companion, Life of Toshiro Umezawa next turn. Fade into Antiquity on our 2/2 Menace. It is gone. Alright, so waited about as long as I could to see if we can get them to play another 1 toughness creature, and it seems like it's not going to happen. So let's just get that Fang off the board now. Mishiko's Reign of Truth with no other creature on board. Repel the Vials to draw, pretty spicy. Both our creatures just be big flying attackers. Hit for 5, they're down to 11. There's the black source from our opponent. Gloom Shrieker it is. Brings back Fang of Shigeki. They've got blockers on the ground again, but we have Befriending the Moths. And we have First Strike. So we give Spirited Companion flying, and the First Striker has First Strike, so it's all good to attack in as well. no blocks whatsoever. 2, 3, 4, 5, or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we hit for 7, we aren't playing Goshintai. But they're incredibly likely to be dead next turn. Yeah, let's do the 7. Put them to 4. Maybe want to hold that land in case they have Virus Beetle or something. But that'd be kind of weird in this green, black, white deck. Makes a lot of sense in ninjutsu decks and red, black, sack decks. This kind of green X value deck. I don't know if they want Virus Beetles. Greater Tanuki, 6/5 on the ground. Send in the Gloom Shrieker. Inkray's Infiltrator hits for 3 in the sky if we buff it, putting them to 1 life. Is it possible to buff it? 5, 6 mana, 7 mana if we play this. Not quite enough to buff it and kill one of their creatures. If we kill Greater Tanuki, Portrait of Michiko is only a 3/3, which we still can't attack into well anyway, so we might as well just hit in for 3 in the sky. And then they have to kill both our flyers to survive. Alright, there's the concession. We are heading now into game 3. So what did we see that game? We saw more enchantments. We saw Fang of Shigeki. We saw Greater Tanuki. Portrait of Michiko. So they're playing a lot of enchantments for sure. Just like green-white enchantments with a Gloom Shrieker splash, I guess. Yeah, I mean, if we had more like enchantment removal, that'd be sweet. We don't, though, so... Also, nothing that really prompted us to want a bunch of combat tricks or anything, still. Over just the flat-out, like, exile enchantment stuff that's just going to be better. Malicious Malfunction is looking a little bit spicier, Gloom Shrieker and Fang of Shigeki, but again, we kill our own stuff, which we have a lot of. Hotshot Mechanic, Spirited Companion... the eras, all that kind of stuff. I think we are running it back again for game 3. I think I have to mulligan this one. The only thing that we know we're doing is Banishing Slash. We are on the draw again to try to draw the second color, but the other hand we kept, that one didn't even pan out, and we had 2 plays and a card to cycle to try to hit the next color, and yeah, it seems real risky. Plus black is we have less black sources than white sources in this deck, so it's mulligan. And we can keep this, a 3-lander with Hotshot Mechanic turn 1. Bit of a slow hand. We don't get to curve out as well as last time, but it's still going to be solid here. Do we have any double white cards in this deck? No, we just have the 1 Twisted Embrace for a double black card. Oh, we do have Banishing Slash. So 1 double white, 1 double black. I think I'd rather keep the second swamp just because we have less swamps in the deck. Generous Visitor turn 1. That is an incredibly big problem. We really want to draw our Umezawa Saga. Turn 1 Generous Visitor in an enchantment heavy deck. Probably the best thing they can draw here. We'll just send in Hotshot Mechanic, because I am 100% ready and willing to trade for that, seeing how many enchantments they played in game 2. Alright, at least we know that is not happening here. So they must have a pretty slow hand as well if they wanted to just trade the Generous Visitor off. So now we're just going to sit here and stare at each other for a while. Harmonious Emergence, pretty big. Repel the Vile can slow them down, get rid of one of their lands. So that is definitely the play. We don't really have another option anyway. Goodbye to the land. Michiko's Reign of Truth, no other creature on board again. This is some pretty awkward draws here. I think we have to just slam down Befriending the Moths so we get a creature eventually. Very similar to how they slammed down the Reign of Truth. Goshintai's pretty good here if they don't have instant speed removal. There's the 1/1 portrait of Michiko. Favor of Jukai to make her much bigger, a 5/5, so they know that they are safe to block everything we've got. I really don't want to have to use Twisted Embrace instead of our other removal here. But I might have to. Because Lethal Exploit is -2/-2, makes it a 3/3. Wanderer's Intervention will 2-for-1 ourselves to do that. Yeah, I guess it's Twisted Embrace here. Now we have a 2/4 Vigilance, which is nice. We 2-for-1 our opponent, killing their creature and the aura. And I would rather be making a 1/1 that doesn't cost me a card than a 2/1 that does cost me a card. There's Gloom Shrieker to get it right back. We'll see which one they want to pick up. Luckily, Gloom Shrieker is very bad at blocking. They pick up the Generous Visitor, so they can just recast a creature immediately here. Trade off into our 1/1s if they want. We do have the mana to use both our tricks, plus Hotshot Mechanic, plus Goshin's ability, which is pretty nice. Definitely just all attack here. They only have 3 power. Can't kill any of our stuff. Hold up our instant speed removal. 5 mana from our opponent. Tales of Master Sashiro here is going to be pretty big. 2 counters onto something. I can respond with a Lethal Exploit to whatever they want to put the counter on with Tales of Master Sashiro, because it'll have 2 toughness after the Generous Visitor, 3 toughness after the Tails. So counter on Visitor. We'll see where Tails is going. Tails is going to put counter on Gloomshaker, so they both still have 2 toughness, so we can exploit later. Alright, going to our turn, I would rather exploit the Visitor than the Gloomshrieker, because it will keep putting counters on their other stuff. And they're just going to concede. That is 2-1 in round 2. We are now 2-0 in the Arena Open. Round 3 now. We have drawn our Lion Sash for the first time. Pretty exciting. Opponent is on the play. This is definitely a keep. We have both of our colors. We've got our super spicy rare. We've got a turn 1 play as well, which is cool. Opponent is on red, and they have the 2 damage 1 mana instant in their hand. Fortunately, Arena is an absolute snitch. Upriser Renegade. Pretty annoying. I definitely don't want to play Lion Sash against the 2 damage spell for 1 red. What else could they have for a single red mana? Like, unless they're full controlling me here, which I highly doubt. They could have the X mana burn spell. They have Kindled Fury for +1/+0. It's got to be Voltage Surge, right? 1 mana, 2 damages in hand. So I think we just play Hotshot Mechanic for now. And pass. Plus, the later we play Sash, the more immediate counters we can get from it. Like, if we cast it right now on this board state, it's just a 1/1 anyway. It's not like we're missing out on much. Might even be better even if we didn't know that they have something instant speed to just play the Hotshot mechanic because it's bigger. Playing against Rakdos here. Can be some really powerful synergistic decks. Pass turn it is. Holding up all of their instant speed removal and tricks and stuff. I like Circuit Mender here. It plays into removal pretty well. And we pass the turn, don't have a good attack against their 1-3. Four mana up from our opponent. Twin Shot Sniper it is. Pretty unfortunate. Blows up one of our cards and leaves behind a 2-3 body. One of the best cards in the format, I would say. Generally not even just by the common power level. So I like going Twisted Embrace, and then we have a 3-4 Circuit Mender to start attacking with. That's not the name. It's not a Circuit Member. Again, we are kind of busting our load early. That was a misclick. That was bad. I just let it all in anyway. I am happy with that. We almost sacked our Apprentice just to make our Mender a 4-5. I got a little overexcited there about the attack there. Anyways, that is blowing our removal a bit early here, which is awkward, but hopefully our plan, if they play something big, is to just play a bigger Lion Sash. So, Simian Sling, equip the Upriser Renegade to make that a 2-4 on blocks, big enough to block Circuit Mender. Why do I call it a Circuit Member? That's not okay. They're going to sack the Simian Sling to do 4 damage to our Circuit Mender. I'd be very happy with that trade. They spend 2 cards to kill the Circuit Mender, which then draws us a card. I'm very happy with how that went. And now, the 1-mana removal that we played around is no longer in their hand to blow up our Lion Sash or our Ghost Shintai. I'm going to play our Ghost Shintai first here, because it's still pretty impactful. And if they still have removal, then they'll blow this up now. Lion Sash, how many permanents do we have to make it bigger? 1, 2, 3... 4, 5 permanents in graveyards. We definitely play another White Source next turn, and then we can Lion Sash and exile 3 things and make it a 4-4. Or we can reconfigure to make it safe. Kami's Flare. Goodbye to our Ghost Shintai. Take another 1 damage here down to 19. They could Ninjutsu here. The worst Ninjutsu I could think of would be Mukatai Ambusher, the 3-2 lifelinker. That would not be a good sign for us. Crackling Emergence. Make one of their lands a 3-3. Oh, if it made that land a 4-4, this Repel the Vile would be so spicy. Instead, I think we just Lion Sash. Reconfigure and try to outrace our opponent. They have 6 power on the board. With Lion Sash, we can just immediately attack for 2 plus 2 more, +3/+3? Or just +2/+2. Yeah, we can attack for like 3 damage here. We don't really outrace that well. Maybe we just cast Lion Sash and repel the Crackling Emergence. I'm kind of hoping for no more removal from our opponent here. I think we just slam down Lion Sash and we don't want to block with the 1/1. Or the Iron Apprentice, to be honest. Well, no, just the 1/1's the only thing we definitely don't want to block with. So we can make Lion Sash a 4/4 at instant speed. If they have more removal, they've got it. I don't know, you don't make this attack if you don't have more removal, so our Lion Sash is a goner. Because if we block and we try to triple pump, they'll respond to us going for the triple pump, kill it before we kill their card. If we don't block and go for Repel the Vile, then they will blow up our Lion Sash when we tap out. So Lion Sash is gone, so we can make their board just Upriser Renegade at least. I think that's the plan here. I guess we give them an opportunity to do something before we do Repel the Vile. Maybe soak up their mana into something weird. Nope. Could also just take 3 for now. No, I don't think that's what I want to do. Alright. We're tapped out. Blow up the Lion Sash. Maybe I should have gone for the... just reconfigure Lion Sash there that turn. Oh. Nothing to blow up Lion Sash yet. Do this while they're tapped out. We've got nothing else to do with our mana. Attack with a 6/6, then reconfigure onto a blocker. They're down to 8 now. Still have one more permanent. We can make Lion Sash a +6/+6 instead of a +5/+5. But we can't quite threaten lethal yet. So we can attack with like a 7/7. Threaten to put them to 1. They'll probably block, but they have the option of not blocking currently. Scrapyard Steelbreaker. Pretty big. They've got, what, 3, 4, 5, 6 power on board right now. Nezumi Blade Blaster is going to be nice and spicy. I think we are attacking with a functionally 7/7 Iron Apprentice, then reconfiguring onto the other 1/1 and playing Blade Blesser. We could also, what, it's 4 mana to move it and then move it back. So we could just reconfigure onto the Iron Apprentice again if we want to, and attack him with the 1/1 that doesn't do something when it dies. I think I'm cool attacking with Iron Apprentice here. Let's not do that till instant speed, I guess. What is this, a Death Toucher? This is a Death Toucher currently. Okay. So, kill another card. Lion Sash gets even bigger. Play a Death Touching Blade Blesser. We don't unattach, that's for sure. Put this on there. We just don't want it to... Oops. Totally forgot we were dealt damage that turn, so we can't move the reconfigure around. Just make the Blade Blesser bigger. That was a big mistake. But now there's 2 permanents in the grave to exile. But yeah, still not ideal. Not ideal at all. Should have just left the sash there. Just let our opponent get 1 counterattack in if they want. So Lion Sash will be a lethal attack now, even on a 1/1. Because we get rid of their permanents, we get rid of our Iron Apprentice. Alright, so we need to be a lot smarter about the Lion Sash now, and not move it around after they block. Unless this card dies. Because we do force them into a chump every attack. We would much rather be in a position where we're edicting them every turn, making them sack a creature every turn, than trading our creatures off every turn. Some kind of trick here. Potentially. They're looking at their mana, looking at their graveyard, and they are in the think tank. Definitely expect some explosive entry style cards to come in from our opponent's sideboard, stuff that's just like destroy target artifact. Kill our Blade Blesser here, try to find lethal somehow. That's the play. I mean, it's also just, you know, clear out one of our creatures here, so if they draw another removal spell, they don't have to chump block again. Extrally, they do, because then Lion Sash attacks. Experimental Synthesizer is an incredible top deck. It's going to be 2 cards drawn here. One is just a land, so they play that as land per turn. Then they can sack the Synthesizer, look for another 2 mana spell to cast, plus get a 2/2 chump blocker. Really good deal. That's just another land, but they've gotten both of the lands out of the way, so essentially 4 mana, draw 2, spit out a 2/2 Samurai. Quite powerful. They get to attack in for 3 here if they want, but then they're dead to removal. Just make sure this is absolutely out of range of any X mana burn spell. We don't have any graveyard recursion in our deck. Then we may as well spend the rest of our mana actually exiling their instants just in case they have graveyard recursion. It's not super likely, but they are in black. Two mana instant speed in black-red. Could they have anything to blow up a Lion Sash? They could have Kami's Flare, Twin Shot Sniper's Channel ability, Iron Hoof Boar, Voltage Surge, Kindle Fury. None of that works. They have in black for 2 mana instant speed. Assassin's Ink costs double black. Return to Action doesn't kill it. Reckoner's Bargaining doesn't. Lethal Exploit doesn't kill it. It's way too big for any of it. So I think we unconfigure. Although that would mean that they could maybe kill our token. But I like the idea of not having 2 songs playing at once. I like the idea of forcing them into the chump and then still having a gigantic blocker up here. So if they don't have, you know, -2/-2 or 3 damage or something in hand, then we still just have a super giant creature on board. I guess that was a little risky. You know, that was risky. There is one card I didn't think of. You're Already Dead, which can destroy a creature that's been dealt damage this turn. That would have been absolutely disastrous. So I probably shouldn't have done that. But it does make me feel cozy, now that I still have my 12/12 up here. To block with Aki Emberkeeper. When their modified creatures die, they get a 1/1. Going to my turn. There's no permanents in grave. Let's actually just, for time's sake, not keep exiling cards, because I do need to worry about going to time if we go to a 3-game match here. Excellent draws. Yeah, Lion Sash is the kind of card that is going to soak up a lot of our clock. Alright, they're just going to scoop them up. Really good draws off the top, and the Lion Sash still popping off. So we're playing against a Rakdos Artifact aggro here. They have a lot of cheap burn. but it's all 1-for-1 removal except the twin shot sniper. We don't really have anything we can do to stop twin shot sniper from going off. Cheap little combat tricks could pseudo counter their removal. +2/+2 till end of turn on a 2/2 makes it a 4-power creature, stops a Kami's Flare, stops the 1 mana 2 damage red spell. So it's just a lot of cheap red removal here. Combat tricks seem good in this matchup because it's a lot of cheap red removal, a lot of small creatures that we could beat by buffing our creature up a bit. We didn't see any of their bombs, unfortunately, so we don't know what to be scared of yet. Just a bunch of standard stuff. The bombiest card, definitely Twin Shot Sniper, almost classifies as a bomb for the 2-for-1 value. But yeah, I definitely like double Regent's Authority in this matchup because it's so cheap to hold it up, only the 1 mana. Don't love When We Were Young just because it's pretty expensive. So what do we not want here then to cut out for that? Repel the Vial was awkward here, wasn't it? Didn't have a target all game. We had 1 target, the Aki Emberkeeper. That was an enchantment creature. Crackling Emergence was an enchantment. We actually did. Yeah, we got to use it to kill their Crackling Emergence, but we can also use these combat tricks to do that pretty easily. So I think we can cut a Repel the Vial here for a Regent's Authority. What else? Anything super bad here? Banishing Slash. Oh, they got a lot of artifacts, though. They have a lot of artifacts for the slash. That would be fine there. We'll throw in 1 Regent's Authority, cut 1 Repel the Vial. Call it a day there. Turn 1 Okiba Reckoner Raid, turn 2 Iron Apprentice. We need to draw a white source, but we are on the draw, and if we do, we have Spirited Companion. We have more white sources than black. If we draw 1 Plains, this hand is incredibly good, and we have some time to do it. We draw on the first turn. We're playing a spell turn 1 and turn 2. Our spell drains them for life, and then we have a 1/1 chumper. And I think our opponent mulled to 5 here, so they're not likely to have the most aggressive start in the world. Yep, a mull to 5 here, so probably not the perfect hand ever, although a turn 1 Reckoner Raid would beg to differ. And there we go, just immediately draw the white source. Now I feel quite comfortable here. Automated Artificer, a 1/3, is actually pretty annoying against my deck. I got a lot of 1/1s and 2/1s. I wouldn't be surprised if that was out of the sideboard. That'd be a smart sideboard choice from our opponent. Reckoner Raid has popped off. It is a 2/2 Menace now. If we draw another Plains, we can go Iron Apprentice into Banishing Slash on the Nezumi Road Captain, which will be pretty massive. Pretty nice swing in our favor. Although we can also just double block their Road Captain with ours and a Companion. Right, black source, not really what we're looking for, so we're probably playing another Spirited Companion to dig for that white source. Don't have it yet, but we do have our land for turn still, which lets us play Iron Apprentice as well. And our opponent only has 2 cards in hand. We have a mildly bigger board than them and 3 more cards in hand. Feel pretty confident here, but you never know what they've got in their deck. They could have some really scary cards. Voltage Surge on our 2/2 Menace. Still have a good double block for Nezumi Road Captain. They haven't played any combat tricks, they played a lot of instant speed removal, so if I double block with 2 1/1s, they could ruin it by shooting 1 for 1 damage. So if they attack with Nezumi Road Captain, I think I triple block. That way, even if they spend a burn spell, they wipe our board, but we still wipe out the Road Captain. They're down to just a 1/3 on board. Alright, so they don't attack, so we don't have to make that choice. Golden Tail Disciple is going to let us sit here for quite a while, which is nice. I think that is the play. It's between that and like Hotshot Mechanica or Lion Sash without any mana to make anything bigger, so Golden Tail Disciple it is. We can even just start attacking with this Golden Tail Disciple. Especially if we hit a land for befriending the moths. That could be any land, and we'll set that in the sky and really get in there. Although now they have a Steelbreaker, which is scary, but if we're gaining 3 life each turn, we can take the crackbacks. Still want to play pretty conservatively with my Lion Sash here. I want to wait till I have like multiple white sources to buff a lot with it, or just at least 4 mana to reconfigure it immediately. Simian Sling can make that Steelbreaker quite the threat, especially with an automated Artificer to sacrifice to its ability as well. Now we're probably on the Banishing Slash on Steelbreaker plan. So if we hit a white source, we're not playing Befriending the Moths anymore, we're just going to blow up the Steelbreaker. I think we can take a hit from it if they want to suit it up and get in. Because blocks could go really wrong even without instants in their hand, right? It's a 4/5 already, they sacrifice the Artificer and it becomes a 6/6. 6/6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Actually, we might have a decent block here. Can whittle down our board a lot, but we can kind of guaranteed kill the Steelbreaker. They only have a black source up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make sure I still have an artifact out by not blocking with Iron Apprentice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 toughness here though. So we lose all these and we don't have an enchantment out anymore, but you know, maybe we just block with everybody. Except for like 1 Spirited Companion. Let the Iron Apprentice counter go onto the 3, 4, 5, 6. Go onto the Spirited Companion. Because we have another artifact in hand too. We have Lion Sash. We can make sure we have artifact enchantment out for Naomi. So here we're trading a lot of our small stuff, but we have so many cards in hand, we're okay to make big trades like this. That way we can just hold on to Banishing Slash for another threat later still. And if they don't sack the Artificer, then we don't lose everybody. If they do sack the Artificer, then we're trading for 2 of their cards. We're killing Steelbreaker plus Artificer. I guess they could sack the Simian thing as well, but that would still, it would only be 6 toughness, so that would just be sacking the Simian thing for no reason. Okay, cool. Lethal Exploit is the draw. It's not bad. Kill the Nezumi Road Captain, then we just start attacking with a 2/2. We're kind of winning on board. Yeah, sure. Gonna exploit that Nezumi Road Captain. They're not gonna have instant speed ways to buff toughness in black-red, so we can wait to lethal exploit till their turn, because they might want to dump some mana into reconfiguring. So they can hit for 3 and then unconfigure. Yep. And this way we've soaked up 2 of their mana and still killed Nezumi Road Captain. Upriser Renegade here. Just gonna flyer. Not really attacking anymore. Not blocking either if they make that a 2/4. But if they attack us for 2, we attack them back for 2. We're 16 cards deep. With 3 lands still. It's a bit sketchy, but I still don't think it could go. Like, I mean, if it continues on forever, if I have 3 lands all game, I could lose, but feels like we're probably fine. Like if they draw 1 like massive mythic rare bomb before I draw one of my 14 lands left in the deck, could be bad. I guess it's just 13 lands. I might have been running a 16 land deck here. Yeah, it's 13 left. Happens if they have a 3 damage burn spell. We lose both creatures and don't get any life, but we still stop all the damage. Yeah. I think if they had it, they would have just already used it earlier on our lifelinker on a previous turn, unless they top decked it right now. Nice, keep the lifelinker around for now, unless it's 2 damage. So you are already dead. They did have that in their deck, that one game where I didn't play around it with Lion Sash. So that could have been disastrous that other time. There we go. Now we are off to the races, right? Now we're just in there. 1 card in their hand. Do we drop the Lion Sash? I think we just drop Befriending the Moths. And we actually play it slow here. Just make sure we can block the sling unless they reconfigure. Reconfigure, it looks like. No, Crackling Emergence. Get a 3/3 down, which is a modified creature for the Renegade. Another white source lets us Lion Sash and Banishing Slash in the same turn. Sash and Slash. That would be the best draw in our deck, I think. Attack both, we take 7, we're down to 10. Naomi's not awful. But I think we have to Banishing Slash, even if we won't have an artifact out here, unfortunately. So we don't get the... We don't get the 2/2 here. But we have to keep damage off of us here. Seeming Sling's a really big problem. Now we're down to 10. Because it guaranteed hits us. Got a modified creature down, so we take extra damage from this too. Down to 6 now. Two for flyer, get a bunch of samurai, scry into life gain, hopefully. One of our Golden Tail disciples. Death Touch Menace is not exactly what I'm looking for right now. We've got plenty of kill power without this random 3/2, so let's scry that to the bottom 2. We just need life gain to make sure we can't get randomly burn spelled out of it. Like a ninja's kunai or something. Alright, they pass turn. Now we can Lion Sash and Naomi. We've got the mana to do that. Probably blow up the Lion Sash here when we cast Naomi, but hopefully not. Looks like a no to me. Alright. Nothing in red-black gives flying as far as I remember, so I think we sent in with the Moth. Can't think of like a flying equipment or aura. Or trick. Patchwork Automaton. Blow up the Lion Sash here, or are they just reading it? They do blow up the Lion Sash. Explosive entry it is, the sorcery speed removal. Definitely glad I just slammed down Naomi rather than dumping all my mana into the Sash then. Going for a reconfigure, because again, as I said, game one, they probably, if they picked up some explosive entries in draft, they side that in for sure. Goes to our turn here. Reliquary to draw one card. Regent's Authority. Attack all authority to kill the renegade. Everything's got vigilance. Not everything, most of it has vigilance. Enough of it has vigilance. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I could hit for 14, put them to 1. I think I'd rather kill Renegade. They're still threatening lethal next turn. Got 1 red mana here. If it's the 1 red mana 2 damage spell, they save the Renegade. Sack the Simian to kill the 4/4. Fair enough. Means we keep the 2/2 instead, but lose the 4/4. All right. 2-0 in round 3. We are now 3-0. Already above my expectations in the Arena Open Day 2, and regardless of what happens, we've gotten some extra gems out of this that we wouldn't have gotten at 1 or 2 wins. So pretty phenomenal start here to the Arena Open Day 2. That's 7,500 gems now for 3 wins. On the play here, double companion, roadside reliquary, banishing slash, the double white for it, and the black source. Loving this start. Planes to start off. Opponent drops a Jungle Hollow, a green black source, and they gain a life. We've got a triple companion here. That's pretty cute. Twisted Embrace is the draw. We'll need another black source for that. Virus Beetle from our opponent. Can easily make up for that with more companions played here. Do we discard the white source so we can't Banishing Slash, or discard the roadside reliquary so we can't draw 2 later? I don't really want to discard either. I feel like I'm supposed to discard reliquary, as sad as it is. But I believe in the heart of the Spirited Companions. Yeah, see, there we go. Immediately got it. Lethal Exploit is the draw. There you go. Trade some 1/1s here. Boop. Have our double white for our Banishing Slash. Black, green, and blue from our opponent. This turn we go Spirited Companion and Inkrise Infiltrator. Play Roadside Reliquary first, and this way any 2-mana card we draw we could play instead of Inkrise Infiltrator if we draw something better. That is not, so we will take the we'll play the Inkrise Infiltrator. 4 mana up from our opponent now. A Moon Snare Specialist. That is definitely being used on the Inkrise Infiltrator. Everything else we have has an excellent enter the battlefield effect, so they would prefer not to. We don't have the mana to cast one of our creatures and Lethal Exploit here, unfortunately, because we don't have double black to go Infiltrator Exploit. We don't have 5 mana to go Circuit Mender Exploit or anything like that. So if I Lethal Exploit, that's all I'm doing this turn, and I'm just killing a 2/2, so it just does not feel necessary right now. I think I'd rather cast a Circuit Mender and set up a Banishing Slash or a Roadside Reliquary Sacrifice, while still putting enough power and toughness to easily block the Moon Snare Specialist. Harmonious Emergence, get themselves a 4/5 Vigilance here. You got it. There's Naomi, which is really good when we have an artifact enchantment, as is the Banishing Slash. Now we can just go slash Exploit here, which seems good to me. Blow up the enchantments. Blow up the 2/2. Although we could just cast Infiltrator and still get in for 2 this turn. That's probably better. And save the Lethal Exploit for later. Got so preoccupied with seeing that I could destroy their whole board without thinking of whether or not I should. Okay, we definitely need to draw another black source to go ahead and kill that Greater Tanuki. So do we just crack Roadside Reliquary here? Probably not, because we're getting really close to Naomi. And we could also just have enough random blockers on board to block Tanuki with a multi-block. Unless they have like a really good trick. So I kind of like playing Hotshot mechanic even and holding up Lethal Exploit if we need it on blocks. And then if we don't, we can still pop Reliquary if we want. Only have to block with 5 power. Unless something wild happens. And then if so, we have a Lethal Exploit at least that might stop whatever their plan is from working out. Geothermal Kami can pick up Greater Tanuki to gain some life if they want, but it's probably just a 4/3 here. It is just a 4/3. Play land for turn, 1 card in hand, go straight to combat, and pass turn. Crack Roadside Reliquary here. Then we can't cast Naomi if we hit the land for her. But it gets us closer to Twisted Embrace happening. Twisted Embrace would make Circuit Mender a 3/4 and kill the Kami, or I'm sorry, kill the Tanuki, and then it's big enough to attack into the Kami and trade. Oh, I don't think I want to crack it. I think if we hit a land, we just want a Naomi. Okay, and we hit Imperial Oath here. I think this is another turn we're holding up Exploit. Although they didn't have a trick now, they didn't want to attack in, so we probably should just play Golden Tail Disciple. And pass. Because again, I'm going to be in that position where it's like I can crack Roadside Reliquary, and then if I hit the land I can Embrace, but I can't Naomi. And then I'm like, well, I'm not going to want to do that, because I'm going to want to cast Naomi if I hit a land. Replication Specialist. We can -2/-2 that to make it a 1/2, which is not small enough for Inkrise Infiltrator to beat it. So now we straight up just have to crack Roadside Reliquary, because we need that black source. We need to kill this flyer, or else they have the air superiority. But if we just hold up all our mana, we're big enough, we can just buff this, make it a 3/4, block their 3/4 with a 3/4. If I cast Air of Enlightenment, they might attack in with the Replication Specialist, which would be annoying. Plus, I wouldn't have the mana to Reliquary, so I can't do that anyway. Go to combat. They got a trick here. You got it. Will not bounce my 3/4 off of yours, just in case you have a trick, because I really need this Roadside Reliquary to grab me a black source. Wow. Alright, we are still not there, but Air of Enlightenment can help get us there. Scry 2, there's the Black Source. Don't need a Blade Blesser, we got so much other action. So we'll tuck it away for potential better draws. 6-5 here. What does Life of Toshiro Umezawa do? Would we rather do that than Lethal Exploit? I think we probably would. And then we probably just use it to get more Infiltrator damage in this turn. There's nothing to -1, -1 profitably. We could buff Golden Tail Disciple, make it a 4-5 lifelinker, but it just dies to Tanuki still. So yeah, buff Infiltrator, get in for 3 in the sky here. They're down to 13. 2 cards in hand, send in the Specialist again. If we Twisted Embrace on Golden Tail Disciple to kill Greater Tanuki, we have a 3-4 lifelinker on the board against their 4-3 blocker. We could buff it and make it a 5. Then we are still getting shredded in the sky, which is a concern, but we do start attacking in on the ground. And if Disciple trades off, we start attacking with everybody else on the ground as well, which is really big. So we might blow up Tanuki here over the Specialist in the sky, as weird as it is. I think I'm definitely buffing Disciple this turn. That's the one thing that's for sure. And we're casting Embrace on Disciple rather than our Flyer, so if they have a -2/-2 counter removal spell, they don't just completely demolish our Twisted Embrace. I guess I will blow up Specialist, play it safe here. But now we get an attack in with Disciple this turn as a 5-6 lifelink. They can trade it for Tanuki. Or they can double block with the other 2 to trade into it. But otherwise we just gain a ton of life. The enchantment removal I can think of in green in the format is sorcery speed, so I think it's safer to do that, just because the black removal I can think of is like -2/-2 instant speed, which would blow up the Infiltrator when we try to Twisted Embrace. That's why I didn't want to put it on Infiltrator there. So shutting off our Golden Tail Disciple is a big deal. We are going to take like 1 hit now from Greater Tanuki probably. No, we still have good blocks. We still have fine blocks without Golden Tail Disciple. And next turn we just cast an Imperial Oath and we have 1,000 creatures to sit behind. Should be pretty comfortable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you trick me, I'm not that sad about it because I still have card advantage in hand, plus draw a card off Circuit Mender. 2 more creatures are coming to my board next turn as well. We really can't get blown out at this point by any kind of combat trick. Flip our creatures. I'd like to Imperial Oath to set up our future draws. I'll play the white source in case we get a Lion Sash coming up. I'm fine with Wanderer's Intervention, I think. It's not really important right now. The biggest bombs I could think of, it's not going to kill, but some of them it will if they draw into a bomb. Sure, we'll keep Intervention. They're down to 11 now. They have no second artifact with their network terminal to draw and discard with, which is unfortunate for them. Now we Naomi and still have Lethal Exploit mana up. And then we just attack all. We probably just attack all right now. Biggest argument for casting Naomi first would be in case one of our artifacts dies, or Hotshot Mechanic dies on this attack. Hotshot Mechanic dies on this attack. We can play Iron Apprentice post-combat then. So we hit for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can't make this lethal, but we can kill the Kami. Cast Naomi without an artifact, but then we cast an artifact next turn. So by the time Naomi attacks, we still spit out a Samurai. Plus we just have straight lethal next turn still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 creatures with 2 power. Let's actually just play around a Wrath. Incredibly unlikely, but yeah, there's the concession from our opponent. Let's see any other draws they have that would survive the attack the next turn. So Sultai Ramp, I guess? Greater Tanuki, Harmonious Emergence for some big creatures. A little bit of Ninjutsu with a Virus Beetle. It's a concern for sure. Not much we can do to counteract that. The removal was aura based. So return to action doesn't seem good to me. It was 2 Tamiyo's completions. You have anything that can stop a Tamiyo's completion? I don't think so. Nope, we don't really have a sideboard for this matchup. It's just another matchup where it seems like our main deck is just built to fight the standard way. Just the standard game of Magic here. Definitely like Vanishing Slash. Love that card in this matchup. Love Repel the Vile here too. Everything in here looks solid to me. I think we shall run it back. Like this hand a lot. Turn 1 Iron Apprentice, turn 2 Spirited Companion. That immediately triggers our Artifact Enchantment loving cards. And there's one of them, Naomi. Play our white source first if we hit Banishing Slash turn 2 and really need to use it. If they play just the scariest 2-mana artifact or enchantment in the world. Okiba Reckoner Raid, turn 2 from our opponents. Get our black source out now and drop a Spirited Companion. Drawn to a turn 3 play. Excellent. Keep the curve going. Golden Tail Disciple coming up next. Opponent is still setting up mana. They will have a 2/2 menace very soon, but we still get to chip in for now. And then a Befriending the Moths on our lifelinker should be quite good. They have 4 mana already without playing land for turn, thanks to their network terminal. If they play land for turn, they have 5. They're in the think tank here. Nezumi Road Captain on board. Tamiyo completed Sage. We will snipe that with Golden Tail Disciple if they don't tap it down, but they have tapped it down. We cannot snipe Tamiyo with Befriending the Moths here. Just keeps tapping our stuff down as a +1 ability. It's pretty annoying. And can't really kill that. We can't kill that because they just keep tapping Disciple as a plus ability. If we draw a Destroy Target Creature Planeswalker spell, that would be the best draw on the deck. But for now, what is the plan? We get in for just as much damage exploiting the Nezumi Road Captain as we would by Befriending the Moths here. So let's actually exploit the Captain and attack for 2.
You cannot change the future.
Tamiyo goes up to 3, tapping down Disciple again. If they don't play a creature this turn, Befriending the Moths for +1/+1's lethal on Tamiyo, and otherwise it puts her down to 1 loyalty. But now they can -1 Tamiyo if they want to just get back Okiba Reckoner Raid for some value and accept that she's going to die. So she's done a great job either way, however they want to use her. They're going to slow down the Golden Tail Disciple
Such
again.
an imperfect form.
They just pass here with all their mana untapped. I'm going to be very concerned, because then if I just go for Befriending the Moths, they probably like Tameo's Completion something. Whatever I target here. But then at that rate, their Tameo's Completioning a 1-1, so it's still probably better than casting Naomi. Harmonious Emergence is the play. We can Befriending the Moths to still guarantee 2 damage to Tameo. Spirited Companion is the draw. Need to be able to block this 4-5 because we're down to 14 now. Tameo is just such a big deal here. Hey, Naomi. They tap down Naomi. We can buff Golden Tail Disciple the next turn to hit Tameo for 3, but then she's still at 1. Still not blocking this forest well. Tameo to 1, I think, is the play.
Will forget you.
We kill Tameo next turn unless they play a flyer. Regardless of what they choose to tap down. Fade into Antiquity. That'll stop it. That'll protect Tameo. We have to get rid of their forest to kill her now, so we need to draw Repel the Vial. I don't think we block here. And I guess if we block here, we still have 2 power on the board and still kill Tameo if we draw removal. Repel the Vial, let's go. Got Ninjutsu in hand. Moon Snare Specialist, I guess. Imperial Oath is nice, but it doesn't kill Tameo. It is a thing. Threatens to kill her pretty soon and gives us enough blockers to stop taking damage from this forest. Probably better than Naomi for now, and if we hit a land next turn, we go Spirited Companion plus Naomi next turn. So we probably draw into the Reliquary as our land. Spirited Companion Naomi as the play. Reckoner Raid. It might be a little late for a Reckoner Raid here. Yeah, I think next turn Roadside Reliquary, Companion Naomi as the play seems good. Commune with Spirits from our opponent, digging for an enchantment or land from their top 4. They find Behold the Unspeakable, which is incredibly good on this board state. That is disgusting. All of our creatures are 0 power until their next turn if they tap out, which they have no reason not to. Because they don't take any crackbacks. If we had Ninjutsu, we could kill Tameo here, but we don't have any Ninjutsu in our deck. So Tameo's going to stick around. And Behold the Unspeakable is going to pop off. They'll scry 2, draw 2 next turn. Tameo's popping off, lets them get Okiba Reckoner Raid back. Before anything else, let's Spirited Companion, see if we draw something better to play than Naomi here. Lion Sash. We can just play Lion Sash and reconfigure it next turn. I don't think it's better to play than just playing Naomi. Probably put the sash on Naomi so we know Naomi can't die in combat. Although they're gonna tap Naomi down. What am I on about? So we sash the lifelinker then. opponent is living the dream here. 5 cards in hand. Off this Behold the Unspeakable Generous Visitor into some enchantments. Get a bunch of counters on stuff here. Tameo is at 1. She'll be at 2 after the ability's used. We can definitely snipe Tameo next turn. We'll just have to lose some creatures to do it. And then we try to take over the game with Lion Sash on a lifelinker. Hope they're out of removal. Out of Fade into Antiquity style effects. Geothermal Kami. Pick up Behold the Unspeakable. And then pick up the 1-mana Saga Recast and drain me for life again immediately. Tap down the lifelinker. They're going to try to drain us out of the game. Nezumi Blade Blesser is the draw, which is not worth it here. In order to kill Tameo, they've got 2 mana up here. We need to make sure to attack Tameo with 2 more creatures than they have blockers in case they have their 2 mana -2/-2 spell or a Master's Rebuke. They have 3 blockers, so we need to attack her with 5 creatures, so we'll attack her with Naomi and all of the 2/2 Samurai. We'll definitely equip her with a Lion Sash. So we know that she is safe to attack, and if they don't block her, we can still crack the Roadside Reliquary here. Double blocker? Oh, block with the 4/3 and have the -2/-2 spell. That works too. Yeah, and it's -3/-3 because of them having a modified creature. Well, I mean, we'll make them have it here. Show me the -3/-3 spell here. Oh, there's no permanence in grave. What am I on about? There's no permanence in grave. That's embarrassing. Because Tameo just brought all the permanents back.
This is not how our story ends.
So we draw 2 off Roadside Reliquary. Next turn. Gotta worry about this big flyer now. Moon Snare Specialist, bounce the Lion Sash or a token here. Bounce the Disciple so we don't get any life gain. Fair enough. They're only hitting us for 2 though. Or I guess 3. I think I'm still fine. Or, yeah, just 2 if they draw a card next turn. Only worried about the flyer really. Other than that, pretty great board state here. Draw 2 as well. Play our lifelinker. Not really attacking in, are we? We can make one of these a 4/4, but that's still not quite big enough. I'm definitely going to reconfigure, though, so we're safe from creature removal. Well, we fought through the Tameo, if nothing else. Ninjutsu here, a Moonsnare Specialist? Nope. Just take 2. That would be really disgusting if they could ninjutsu the Vision of the Unspeakable and recast the Saga part. That would be horrifying to us. We don't really have a response to that. No flyers for sure. Two cards in their hand. What is their plan here? They're killing our Lion Sash, killing our Disciple. Mirror Shell Crab, big old 5/7. Alright, cool. Two more permanents, so we can make the Golden Tail Disciple 6 power. Can't make it big enough to beat Mirror Shell Crab, but we can still just gain a bunch of life on this attack, so we don't have to worry too hard about the vision. Let's scry 2 first and see what we're having coming up here. Go Shintai, which I do love, but we need to be able to deal with this flyer. Although if we gain a ton of life here, we can wait a little while. It's only hitting us for like 2 a turn. Yeah, I'll keep the... No, let's dig for just straight removal at this rate. Two more permanents. Golden Tail Disciple attacks as a 6 power lifelinker. We go up to 12 life here. I think that's our best play. Let it die, get 2 more permanents in the graveyard for the Lion Sash. Okay. Kill the land first. Alright, we can only kill one of these cards because we're only going to have 6 power. Get a Death Touch Menace creature. I forgot I played a land this turn, and now Lion Sash is at risk of creature removal. I was going to go land reconfigure here onto the Blade Blesser. That was sloppy. Take 2 down to 10. Please no ninjutsu drawn. Please no ninjutsu drawn. Down to 10. Replication Specialist, another flyer. That's almost as bad. My turn. Exile another permanent then. Gain a couple life is very useful here. Life of Toshiro Umezawa is beautiful. Get that Vision of the Unspeakable off the board and exile it from their graveyard. I shouldn't have let the auto tapper do it. Should have just gone double black there. And then we gain some life next turn. I think it dies by state-based actions before that resolves, yeah, because they have 0 cards in hand, so that was incredible for us. Now we get rid of their giant lifelink swing as well. Start attacking with a Vigilant token each turn, and our Menace creature. Chump block it is. Gain 2 life next turn off Life of Toshiro Umezawa. Keep attacking with a sashed up Samurai and a Blade Blesser, and it's a really close race, but I think we win the race because of our life gain. Just keep ripping away their creatures here. I mean, it depends how each of us draws, that's for sure. If they want a You're Already Dead or 9/9 or something, that's fine, as long as they don't kill the Sash. They're going to kill the Sash at instant speed, aren't they? Blow up the Sash so we lose a token here, but we'd still want a chump block here down at 12 life, facing 3 flying damage a turn. So I think just block with just the 9/9 on the crab is probably the correct block. Because we would want to chump block anyway if we didn't have a Lion Sash. We would just have wanted to chump block with a Spirited Companion instead. Alright, so they attack with just the Specialist, fair enough. Cast another Mirror Shell Crab, okay. Yeah, that would have been really bad for them if they went for that attack. And a double block sashed up creature now. Ooh, they don't quite have the mana to copy it, do they? Thank goodness. Oh my god, if they could copy it, that would have been massive. Wanderer's Intervention's a huge draw. Super happy with that. That'll clear out the 3/4 flyer here. Trade a 2/2 into a 5/7 here, thanks to Lion Sash. Yep. I guess I could kill both of them with Wanderer's Intervention, but it's definitely safer to kill the flyer. I'm going to take 13 here, go to 6. Nope, they will do the double crab block. I'm actually thinking here, do we actually want to kill both crabs? Because then we all attack next turn for lethal, right? Okay, no, well, they don't take that block anyway. And I guess we wouldn't lethal because they block whatever has the sash on it. Which I guess we could unconfigure the sash. They block the sash creature. Everything else chips in. I mean, now an all attack next turn should be lethal. They have to draw into like a Wrath here, so they're even tapping the crab to try to draw out of this. Cycle Mnemonic Sphere, still drawing for an out. Just a land for turn, that should be game. We can go ahead and exile that Mnemonic Sphere. Exile that land. Vanishing Slash is the draw. Good God. Slash this crab. Sash onto the menace creature. If they don't double block that, they die. If they do double block that, they die to everything else. And that is game. We're now 4-0 in the Arena Open Day 2 event. Here we are now, round 5, double companion here with the mana to cast them. Makes for an excellent start. Turn 1 hotshot mechanic as well. Definite keeper. One starts with an Uncharted Haven on green. We'll start with our turn 1 hotshot mechanic. Green-white looks to be the color pair here with a turn 2 Generous Visitor. Very threatening card, as I've said before. Would absolutely love... I got +2/+2 for 1 white mana here. I'm willing to trade into that trick. And I'm definitely willing to trade into Visitor. Trade into Visitor it is. Here's our Spirited Companion to draw a card. Got our turn 3 Disciple coming up. Our Naomi is definitely weaker without an artifact on the board, but I think it's still worth it to just get rid of their Generous Visitor when it could absolutely pop off, and it certainly does in some matchups. Golden Tail Disciple will be the play for the turn. Turn 4 now for our opponent. Blow up the Disciple. Exile the Golden Tail Disciple here. Inkrise Infiltrator is a pretty great draw. That'll make sure we still get to cast something alongside our Spirited Companion. Make the most of all 4 of our mana. Our opponent could just be playing in full control. They might not have a 1 white mana instant. If they do, I think the only one is 1 mana +2/+2. And I think they would have used it on that first combat. They definitely would have used it on that first combat, so I think our opponent's playing in full control, which is smart. Make sure we don't get to play around any random instant speed nonsense. We don't get to know exactly what their instant speed nonsense is. I'm just way too lazy. It could be light the way, put a +1/+1 counter on it and untap it, which would also just not do much here. So that would make sense why it keeps holding and nothing's getting cast. We'll see if they can kill Naomi. Naomi's not the biggest deal ever, just a 4/4 with no 2/2s alongside her. Still our biggest card though, and Repel the Violet is. Bamboo Grove Archer is the play. Play that as a blocker here. We've got Lethal Exploit plus the 4 mana to buff Infiltrator, so let's see what happens here. I'm going to put a +1/+1 counter on it, I guess. And then we Lethal Exploit and still win combat. Unless they have 2 tricks here. Well, we don't own a modified creature, so that is going to resolve. And then we are going to exploit. Cool, now everybody can get in. Noriko Yamazaki, the Poet. Got a Banishing Slash ready for the future. Let's get another white source out for that then. Noriko Yamazaki is actually a really big deal here. We probably shouldn't have attacked, because she's going to get something back now. But we can banish her if she attacks. I guess she only gets a Bamboo Grove Archer back. That's not that bad. She has a Vigilance, so I guess we have to double block if we want to kill her, instead of Banishing Slash her. Kami of Transience into Bamboo Grove Archer. Kami gets a counter every time they do one. They can return that from their grave to their hand. So we can just blow up the Bamboo Grove Archer with Banishing Slash, but we don't have a reason to do that when we can double pump Infiltrator here. I probably should have just played Befriending the Moths pre-combat here, although it looks like it won't matter, because we wouldn't have hit them anyway. They're down to 12 facing flyers with no blockers for them, and we've got another flyer coming. I should say facing 1 flyer. They're returning a creature and enchantment from grave to hand. It's pretty good here, especially with Kami of Transience out. Pick up a Generous Visitor and a Bamboo Grove Archer and have just a bunch of blockers, ton of counters on their board. No, just go for an attack here. Maybe just surveying the landscape of how the game's gone, checking the graves. Nope, it is Season of Renewal. It's going to be Noriko Yamazaki and Bamboo Grove Archer. Alright. Twisted Embrace is a beautiful draw that we will absolutely play, because we can Embrace and Banishing Slash, and they're kind of out of stuff. We could also hit for 5 this turn. Banishing Slash next turn, we hit for 5 again. It's not lethal anyway. I feel like I would rather Banishing Slash the Kami. All it does is get +1/+1 counters. Yeah, it doesn't matter. The Kami doesn't matter here. We should hold on to Banishing Slash for something that does. Especially when it can just go back into their hand. Alright, so Bamboo Grove Archer does get to kill our flyer that pumps itself, but we'll still have a 2/4 flyer coming out here. Jukai Preserver is the draw for them, so they're going to try to outrace us here, I suppose. Lion Sash is going to make that quite impossible. So we go for a lethal off of Lion Sash next turn. Hold on to Banishing Slash for now. Might as well drop down the Lion Sash, get it reconfigured, and start putting counters on our stuff. Yeah, I mean, we can get 3 counters here, easy. And then the next 2 next turn. Counter anything they have that they want to bring things back from the grave with. Lion Sash is really good in this matchup against their graveyard stuff. They do have Fade into Antiquity to get rid of it, which is pretty good against us. So they have to find a way to kill us this turn or kill the Moth this turn, or block the Moth. And if their way to block the Moth is an artifact or enchantment, we can Banishing Slash. Which, there could have been an argument for just Banishing Slashing the Kami to get a 2/2 Samurai out, because we do have an artifact and enchantment on board here. Then we'd have another creature to put the Lion Sash onto if the Imperial Moth gets killed. Favor of Jukai to have a reach blocker. Banishing Slash is going to ruin those dreams, but that is their safest way to potentially not die next turn. So that is that's kind of their option there. Oh, go for lethal here? I don't see what you could possibly have for lethal, so go ahead. Oh, Light the Way to untap it. Put a +1/+1 counter on it and untap it. Yeah, they're definitely going for Light the Way. So we need to Banishing Slash pre-combat because it's a sorcery. So to play it safe, in case they do have an untap spell, untap and +2/+2 kind of thing. Stop that from happening. Yep. Yeah, there's multiple. There's Light the Way for a +1/+1 counter on it, untap it. Oh, they just scooped them up. Oh, they just didn't do the math right, I guess. Or they just realized even if they held it up for blocks, they'd have to just trump block there, but it would buy them one more turn to like draw into removal or something. So anyways, that is 1-0 to start off this game. Playing against green-white enchantments. Pretty great deck here with Kami of Transcendence. Favor of Jukai as a trick. Lots of tricks. Light the Way in favor of Jukai to remember at instant speed. Repel the Vial. Season of Renewal. Nothing else in our sideboard for exiling from grave. That's just Lion Sash, really. I suppose Malicious Malfunction, but again, so many 2/1s and 1/1s in our deck. It's going to hit us just as hard as it hits them. We kill Generous Visitor, Narika Yamazaki, and we exile everything we kill so they can't bring it back later. Maybe. This is a Malicious Malfunction matchup, but it's also double black, and we only have 7 black sources. And it's the kind of card that's going to sit in our hand, and we're going to wait for all our Spirited Companions and Reckoner Raids and Hotshot Mechanics and Air of Enlightenments and Lion Sashes and stuff to die before we cast it. Yeah. Death to the Kami might not be horrible. There were several instances where they only had 1 creature out. We didn't see anything that spit out duplicates. Most of their creatures are individually good. So yeah, and the fact that it exiles is big. So this might not be terrible. Just cut like a hotshot mechanic for it or something. Still has some pretty bad instances sometimes. I think I'm running it back. Opponent on the play. We've got Life of Toshiro Umezawa turn 2 if nothing else. But this is a lot of mana, so hopefully all non-land draws, fingers crossed. It's a really hard sell for me to mulligan any hand that has both colors. So this is about as close as it gets. I'm going to wait a turn, see if they play another 1 toughness card here, because if I drop Life of Toshiro, they definitely won't. Arena just revealed that we have Wanderer's Intervention. Alright, well, I am glad I did not kill Spirited Companion and let them just recast it off Narika Yamazaki, because that would have been incredible for our opponent. We're going to go ahead and Wanderer's Intervention Narika Yamazaki before we do any Life of Toshiro Umezawa shenanigans. I suppose we could have... Yeah, no. We actually kind of got by that, because we would have had Spirited Companion would be dead, we would have stopped all of its damage, and then we still could just Intervention Yamazaki. Although I guess then by the time we would Intervention Yamazaki, she'd already she would already trigger, because she would have attacked alone by the time we killed her. Do we want a Banishing Slash their Reign of Truth? There's no reason to do it until it's a creature, so I don't think so. I think we just kill the Spirited Companion with Life of Toshiro Umezawa and play an Iron Apprentice so we have a blocker. Just in case of weirdness. We've got nothing else to hold up at instant speed or anything. Watch, they give Bamboo Grove Archer an ability that lets it attack even though if it has Defender. Alright, we get to buff Apprentice, so we still get to attack in here. Just need to make sure to play Hotshot mechanic pre-combat, so if Apprentice dies, we still get a counter out of it. We could also just Befriending the Moths pre-combat. But I like holding up Repel the Vial, at least until our second main phase, in case they try to use a combat trick to win this fight, and we can 2-for-1 them. Okay. I think I will go for the post-combat Befriending the Moths, though, so we can keep getting like flying creatures onto this board for the future. If they have a second to Bamboo Grove Archer, they can cycle it to kill this one. Oh, exile Befriending the Moths, fair enough. Michiko's Reign of Truth has flipped, and it is a 2/2 Portrait of Michiko. We have an artifact and enchantment on the board for Banishing Slash to be the Stone Cold Nuts. If they don't kill one of our creatures in response to us doing it. And we can cast it and hold up Repel the Vial at the same time, so we certainly will. I think we blow up Bamboo Grove Archer, and then the portrait's down to just a 1/1, so we can attack into it. And we still have Repel the Vial. Blowing up artifacts is very unlikely to matter against a green-white deck. So we're still holding on to our removal spell that can exile anything important of theirs at this point. Probably trade with the 2/1 here, unless they know that they're playing a lot of enchantments soon. Alright, they're down to 14. Sixth mana. Another Bamboo Grove Archer. That annoying enough to repel? I probably shouldn't. Favor of Jukai. Well, now I probably have to repel the portrait. If I repel the favor, portrait becomes a 2/2 again, and I block with a 2/3, but that's just being fancy for no reason. Because I can also just repel the portrait itself, and then both the cards are dead. If we take 6 and go to 9 and then repel Bamboo Grove Archer, we hit back for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Takes slightly less damage. They have 1 card in hand. We take slightly less damage if we just repel right now and then crack back full. Oh my god, Imperial Oath off the top is so good here. That's absolutely disgusting. Would definitely keep Companion into Twisted Embrace as our plays next turn. That's absurd. That moments like that really show off the power of Imperial Oath. This was a card that when I saw it during spoiler season, I'm like, alright, whatever. I mean, 6 power, 6 toughness for 6 mana, and you get some scry. Like, that's fair enough when you're spending that much mana. It's the equivalent power toughness you want, you get some scry out of it, but wow, when you draw it in a game like that where you're like top decking and you're racing a bit and I've just tapped out all my creatures, then bam, here's 3 more blockers that also have vigilance to go wide around your board state, and I'm scrying 3 and setting up my next draws. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. We're now I'm going to need to take a quick break before I head into the next game because I'm a relatively induced person in general. And when the next game is the difference between getting a bunch of gems or a literal $1,000, my heart is going to explode on the inside. So we are 5-0 now. Even if we lose the next round, we have 2 shots to be in the money and get $1,000 cash out of the Arena Open Day 2 event. So I will see you very soon for round 2. Round 6. Here we are, round 6 of the Arena Open. Opponent is on the play. We are on the draw. I love turn 2 Life of Toshiro Umezawa, but with a double white card in hand, this is a bit of a hard sell. Off of any land, we do Life of Toshiro into Blade Blesser, and off of a white source, we do it into Disciple. I think I'm going to keep... I like Life of Toshiro Umezawa a ton, and it is going to be great against that hotshot mechanic, and we do immediately draw the white source, which is incredible. I'm going to play that turn 1 if we want to turn 2 Banishing Slash. It's unlikely, but it is a possibility. Gonjo, Seat of the Empire, is their next play here. A land that they could channel to do 4 to an attacking or blocking creature, so we always need to remember they essentially have a Wanderer's Intervention in their deck. So we'll take that into consideration in how we play in the future. I am going to slam down Life of Toshiro Umezawa here. Turn 2, get the kill on the hotshot mechanic, because we are definitely playing a 3-mana card turn 3. And spending all our mana on that, instead of just waiting for them to play another 1 toughness creature. So we'll play Golden Tail Disciple because it can block and trade with their Death Toucher. Their double striker, whereas the Nezumi Blade Blesser cannot, being only 2 toughness. They do have a green source now. They could definitely have combat tricks. We're about to get another 2-3. Alright, Arrest the Disciple, go for max damage here, hit us for 4, but our Life of Toshiro Umezawa will flip into another 2-3 on our board state. So if we play Golden Tail Disciple, they now have to kill 2 2-3s to get another attack in. These Spirited Companions have been so good for us because they just help us draw cards, potentially get to the mana we need. They're going to go ahead and send in here. Almost definitely a combat trick here if they're sending in both, because if they don't have a combat trick, we kill the double striker. Probably should have blocked the double striker there. Now we do have Banishing Slash, but we can't play an artifact before it, but it's probably still worth it to just get this double striker out of here and just start taking 2 a turn. They've got 2 cards in hand. We're taking a lot of damage here, but we are getting to a point where we get to work on stabilizing. Goshintai Boundless Vigor is going to make that really hard. It's going to be quite a big attacker. But now we play a 4-4, and if they don't have removal, they don't have attacks in for a little bit. And as soon as we hit our 6th mana, Imperial Oath is going to be absolutely massive for multiple reasons. Unfortunately, the exact right removal spell, Fall of Lord Konda, it is to exile that, and we take 4. So we really need that Imperial Oath mana here. Don't get it, but we do get Lethal Exploits. We don't control a modified creature, though. Modified creatures have to be modified by auras we control. And this is modified by an aura our opponent controls, so we can only do -2/-2. We cannot kill Goshintai of Boundless Vigor, but we might be able to kill it off of a block surprise exploit. So do we just play Blade Blesser and hold on to exploit to try to kill Goshintai instead of the first striker? Or do we play the Spirited Companion? Yeah, they have no cards in hand. Unless they literally top deck removal or a combat trick, this is going to play a lot better. Alright, they don't want to take the 1-for-1 trade there. We don't have a chance to exploit in the future, so we'll just get that Hand of Enlightenment out of here. We're not going to find an exploit kill on Goshintai without 2-for-1ing ourselves in the future, so we might as well just try to kill it by having a million Samurai, which we certainly will. Repel the Vile's perfect, exactly what we're looking for. Befriending the Moths and Spirited Companion, both good as well, and we have the mana to play both, so I'll put Spirited Companion first, so we go Companion into Moths. next turn. So our next turn play is Companion Repel and then Companion Moths. Really nice setup of draws. Great scry there. Get a nice Menace attack in here as well to chip in for some damage while still holding back everything we need to block Ghost Shintai. A pass turn. Searchlight Companion is dangerous. It is flying here, but befriending the Moths will be certainly helpful. What double blocks could go wrong for us here? We can't repel the flyer anyway, so there's no reason not to just repel the Ghost Shintai, in which case what double blocks go wrong for us? None of them, right? I mean, they block with a 1/3 and a 1/1 token, I guess, and that does hurt a little bit. I think we just repel pre-combat so we can attack all. Try to race them into not dying to 1 flying damage each turn, and put the pressure on them so they hopefully don't have time to draw into like a combat trick to kill us in the sky. Oh god. That's dead in 2 turns. Pretty good draw. We've got a Spirited Companion, hope to draw something to deal with the Searchlight Companion here. Or we're just dead. See what we got, Spirited Companion. Okay, we deal with the Searchlight Companion, but we can't really attack into the Fragment of Khanda here until we cast Befriending the Moths, and if we cast Befriending the Moths, we die in the sky. The Searchlight Companion, the problem is we kill Searchlight Companion with Wanderer's Intervention, and then the Eater of Virtues can give anything they equip flying in the future. So we need to hope they didn't draw into another creature as well, or else that creature gets flying no matter what it is. Land for turn. Equip the Fragment, but it's a Defender. There's a Roadside Reliquary. We do have the mana to play Befriending the Moths plus crack that, so we may as well crack that first. Trying to draw into something to exile their artifact, I guess, but we don't have that in our deck. Got a flying blocker here. I guess we can do this so that nothing can kill the Fragment, so they don't draw a card here. They just stop 2 damage and take 7. Next turn we buff that. They stop 2 damage, take 6, go to 1 life. That's probably our plan here, just go wide. They stop 2, take 7. They stop 2, take 6 next turn if they don't draw a creature. They do draw a creature. We hit removal, we still have lethal. Otherwise, they move the Eater of Virtue and kill us. We don't draw removal, but we draw something to block the Flying Samurai. So if we attack all here, play an Inkrise Infiltrator to block their Samurai when they give it flying, then we still hit them for 4 and lose 2 creatures. We hit them for 4 and lose 2 creatures, then we have 3 creatures on the board next turn. We could attack with 3 creatures against their 2 blockers and kill them the turn after this, if they don't draw another creature off the top here. Although we can't do that, because we have to chump block the Samurai next turn, right? Because we can play Infiltrator and buff it, but that makes it 3 power, not 4 power, so we don't kill the Samurai on a block. Oh no, that's really bad. Play Infiltrator, block Samurai, that's a 6/4 flying vigilance. We cannot buff Infiltrator enough to kill the Samurai. So we can't just dump everything in to put them to 2 life, and then dump everything in again next turn, because we don't have enough creatures. I think we have to just cast Inkrise Infiltrator and pass the turn. Like I'm right about about that, right? Because 3/4 on blocks, it's just not big enough. Attack all. We're hitting for 4. They're at 2 life, but we're losing 2 creatures. We only have 2 left the turn after that, and they have 2 on board. So the only way that wins is if we top deck removal. If we top deck removal, we kind of win anyway. I think I have to pass. Eater Virtue onto the Samurai. Wow, this is going to be a matchup where I really wish that I had drafted that Lucky Offering over the combat trick we didn't end up playing. Give me a 3/4 just doesn't change anything here. No reason to pump. Move the Eater back onto the Fragment. No other creature played. Circuit Mender gains some life, but we still take 6. But we have the 2/4 flyer to block with. So we chump block again. Chump block again, then we have 5 creatures against their 2, which means 3 of them get in, which means we hit for 5. So what happens if we attack all right now? We attack all right now, they block 2 2/2s and take 3. They're at 3 life, and we have 4 creatures left, one of which has to chump block, and then we'll only have 3 creatures left. We have 3 creatures left against theirs. They block with 2 2/2s, take 1, and go to 2 life, and then we just die. So we still need to top deck something to win. Need like Twisted Embrace or something. So I think we're just on the pass again. Hit for 3 but lose 2 2/2s. Only have 4 creatures, one of which has to chump. Then we only have 3 creatures. Kill, kill, take 1, they're at 2. And we're down to like, yeah, just not enough. Vigilance on the Sunblade Samurai being huge here. Seems good. Brutal game. What do we want in this matchup? White-green enchantments again. They've got combat tricks for sure. Bunobo Seiju. It's pretty standard green-white enchantment stuff here. I think it's another just run it back. We just need them to not have that Eater. That thing's absolutely disgusting. When you can give flying. If they didn't have the flyer to make sure that the Eater gives every creature they drew from then on flying, we would have got there handedly, but the Eater being able to exile the flyer was just so brutal. I think we're running it back here. If we had Lucky Offering, we'd definitely be running that. That's about it, though. Be on the play this game. Keep it. Iron Apprentice with Lethal Exploit for -3/-3. Opponent's on the draw. Forced into the goddamn Eater of Virtue. We can Lion Sash here. It's not even going to be that good, though, because there's not going to be any permanents in the grave, because Eater of Virtue will exile all of them. Kappa Tech Wrecker. That is going to get demolished by Lethal Exploit here, before that can start exiling any of our creatures. Turn 3 from our opponent. Go Shintai Boundless Vigor as a 2/2 trample or a 3/1 with no counters on it. They choose to make it a 2/2 trample here. No permanents engraved for the Lion Sash, but we can reconfigure if we want to keep aggressive. But we could also just play Golden Tail Disciple. Probably more of a fan of. Could also just offer the trade into the Goshintai before they can either virtue on anything. But the trade seems bad. I think we want to play Golden Tail Disciple and pass. If they want to try to race us, they're going to have to race through a lifelinker now. If they don't, we can just start reconfiguring Sash and attacking with one creature turn, trading with everything but the Sash. Another counter on Goshintai, and they're going to hold 4 mana up here. Hold 3 mana up here, sorry. Holding up tricks rather than equipping. Roadside Reliquary is a pretty great draw. We can afford to do that even while reconfiguring the Sash or buffing the Sash. So let's reconfigure onto Disciple. Check out what combat tricks they've got here. +1/+1 counter thing here. It's going to be a Gonjo. Well, I will exile that Gonjo from your grave then. And it will not die. Unless you block as well. Did stop us from drawing off Roadside Reliquary this turn. Ooh, but they're just going to take it. That's got to feel really rough. If they do that, and then they're still not willing to do the block trade there. Fade the Lion Sash into Antiquity. Cast a big old Imperial Oath here, is the plan. All we got to do is get this Goshintai gone, and we're golden. Vanishing Slash will do it. Reckoner Raid's, it's pretty good here. Yeah, get a menace creature and drain them for a couple life. It'll do it slowly, but it'll be good. It's definitely Banishing Slash first, though. We do have the mana to Banishing Slash, crack the Roadside Reliquary, and play the Okiba Reckoner Raid, so that's going to be pretty excellent. Although, there goes our enchantment, so no longer are we creating a Samurai, no longer are we drawing 2, we're just drawing 1. Rather blow up the Goshintai than the Eater of Virtue. Let's actually draw a card off of Roadside Reliquary first, because Banishing Slash isn't going to put an enchantment out, but the card that we draw is going to be an enchantment, so that when we pop Banishing Slash, we get a Samurai. So this is strictly better to Okiba Reckoner Raid first, then Banishing Slash to kill Goshintai. So we get a 2/2, and then attack with all of our 2/2s. Trade one off. They're down to 7, getting drained for life again next turn. We could draw to Spirited Companion, want to play multiple lands per turn, so let's get our 6th out. Since we have card draw in the deck, Blossom Prancer is real rough for us. That's a gain 4, put them up to 11, and it's big enough to block all of our stuff easily. Or it'll draw them a card that'd be riskier. Ooh, excellent draw. Let's make everything 2/2s, I think. Hit them down to 2 life here. We scoop them up. We are heading into game 3. So again, we don't have much to sideboard in here. So we just gotta cross our fingers and hope our opponent doesn't have much to sideboard in either. They've certainly seen more of our gas this game than they did last time. Saw that Lion Sash now. I don't remember if they saw Lion Sash the first game. I don't think so. Final game of this round. We will be on the draw. This is not super keepable, although this is very similar to the first one I kept. Where it's like, if I had a white source, I do have Hotshot Mechanic, but I don't have a 3-drop. I do still have Life of Toshiro Umezawa, which is good. I do draw, but I'm going to mulligan this. This is better. Iron Apprentice into Spirited Companion into Banishing Slash is a pretty big deal, and we still have a Life of Toshiro Umezawa if we hit a black source. Alright, our opponent just on the mold to 6 there. And the turn 1 Eater of Virtue, but we've got a Banishing Slash this time. So that will probably be the line. Banishing Slash once we have an artifact and enchantment on the board. But again, as we saw last game, the card is not that terrifying without the ability to give like Flying or Menace slapped onto it. So if they just have a bunch of little 1/1s or something again, we might not even need to blow up the Eater of Virtue. They're stuck on 2 mana here. We can hit for 2 extra damage, or we can blow up the Eater of Virtue. Or we can Spirited Companion. I think if we can just keep blowing up all the creatures they play, instead of the Eater itself, that'll pan out better for us. But we also put more pressure on putting a 2/2 down than putting a 1/1 down. So maybe we do just pop a 2/2 out onto this board. But I think blowing up a 2/2 first striker is also going to be pretty good for us. You know what, let's just draw the card here and wait till next turn to see what we want to do based on what they play. If they don't have another creature, we'll just blow up the Era. If they do, we'll blow up the Eater of Virtue. Still stuck on mana here, our opponent is. I know I'm going to have so many comments about how slow I'm playing, but this is literally the game that decides whether or not I get $1,000. So even though our opponent's mana screwed, I'm going to think hard. So my apologies. I think we banish the blocker, Life of Toshiro Umezawa, for more damage. Get as much power on this board, just really punish for the poor land draw here. Just get extra damage, play Naomi next turn, and we have a million creatures out. We're going to buff a Spirited Companion, so it's more likely they want to kill a Companion than an Iron Apprentice if they have a 2-mana instant speed removal spell. Because if they kill Iron Apprentice, then we do not get a 2/2 when we cast Naomi. So I'll make it so the creature they could kill to stop the most damage would be one that makes sure we still have Naomi triggering next turn. They're stuck on 2 mana still. Really rough game for our opponent, especially if they have the same record as us. That's got to feel super bad if they're 5-0 as well here. I'm going to cast Naomi pre-combat in case they have that removal. 2 mana, 4 damage to an attacking or blocking creature. In case they randomly decide to kill Iron Apprentice pre-combat, make sure we get that 2/2 Samurai. They're down to 7 now, stuck on 2 lands. Draw for turn. And the concession from our opponent, we are officially 6-0, and for the first time in my life, I have won straight up cash money just playing this game that I love, just drafting Kamigawa Neon Dynasty like I would normally. I'm genuinely in shock right now. My God. All right. I'm going to need to take another break because today has just taken years off my life, but you know, at least I'll get some cash money for that. Okay. I'm incredibly excited. Oh my god, that's wild. I don't care what happens now. I've made more money off of this event than I have spent on Arena ever. So the fact that I'm going to be completely honest with you, the fact that I had to buy more gems to do a fourth round of the Arena Open Day 1 has completely paid off. I was legitimately, after the third time trying the Arena Open Day 1, I was like, I'm just going to stop here because I'm not going to dump another $100 into a big gym bundle. And then I did, and now I got $1,000. So yeah, I think I've spent a total of maybe $300 on Arena in my life, which is a lot. That's a lot more than most people. But that's because I'm a content creator and I focus on primarily limited, so I do have to get a lot of gems to keep things fueling. But luckily, with a decent enough win rate, you don't have to spend the money that often. And I have been doing these videos nearly daily for like a year and a half now. So anyways, I'm totally rambling right now, and the event isn't even over, and you probably want to see some more games, see a couple losses here as we 6-2 out of it, or get an 8th win. I can't. I'm going to stop rambling now. There's no way I could properly express my feelings. This is absolutely wild. So let's just head into round 7. Here we are now in round 7. We get the choice here, so we'll definitely play first. It's not a keepable hand on the play. We cannot guarantee we're drawing a land. If we do draw white source, obviously it's great, but so likely we just cast nothing here, so we'll take the mulligan. Here we have turn 1 Okiba Reckoner Raid, turn 3 Circuit Mender no matter what. That is an artifact and an enchantment on the board to then cycle the Roadside Reliquary if we're still really hurting for a white source. So I think this is a pretty solid hand, and I'm actually going to get rid of a black source here, because if we don't hit a white source, we're already kind of SOL, so we already are really digging for any land off the top, so yeah. Already so unlikely to have a good time without drawing a white source, that we might as well compound the problem a little more. So if we don't hit a land at all by turn 3, then we're having a very bad time. Okiba Reckoner Raid from our opponent as well. We do draw the white source turn 2, which is beautiful. Now we can follow it up with an Era of Enlightenment and set up our draws. I think I'd rather do that than play a Lion Sash this early in the game, when we could pull out their removal with other stuff like our Sagas. I do like hitting a 4th land for Naomi. If we get to 5 mana, we definitely have an artifact and enchantment out. There's 2 enchantments already, 2 artifacts in hand, so I think we go land Naomi. That's 4 of the 5 mana needed. We are probably not cracking this Roadside Reliquary anytime soon, because we want to hit 5 mana here pretty badly. Playing against a blue-black deck, Thousand-Faced Shadow here. Nice 1/1 flyer that's going to help them ninjutsu. Unfortunately, we have nothing to stop their ninjutsu from going off here. They absolutely get to do whatever kind of sick plays they're planning on. For now, we'll just drop a Circuit Mender. See what they're ninjutsuing. 3 mana up. Tatsunari Toad Rider is an incredibly bad slime for us. We're going to need to draw removal for that immediately. And unfortunately, of course, the Naomi that we put on top is not removal for that. If our opponent drops an enchantment next turn, it's going to be really hard to win this game. Then they've essentially gotten 2 3/3s for 3 mana off of 1 card. So is it to the point that we crack Roadside Reliquary? It may be, because Lion Sash doesn't even really do anything for us. And even if we hit the 5th mana for Naomi, I guess we have a 4/4 and some Samurai. We're not really attacking into their board well. This is rough. This is very rough. Tatsunari is a really big deal, because it also makes their stuff, their 2 3/3s can just be unblockable for 2 mana, only blocked by flying cards. I honestly think we probably have to crack Roadside Reliquary here and just accept we're not playing Naomi for a while. Let's see what we hit. Iron Apprentice Hotshot Mechanic, at least it's 1 mana cards to follow up. I'd rather play the mechanic here, I guess. We can at least make attacking a little hard for them by sending in with Road Captain and trading the 2 captains off. But I don't think I want to do that, because then Like, they can still just attack in as much as they want if they play an enchantment, because they'll just have a big 3/3 blocker against all our stuff, and we won't have a menace creature anymore. There is the enchantment. It's another rare and a really good one at that. Bounce one of our creatures, spit out a frog. The iteration on turn 2 is going to draw them a card since they don't have an artifact in their grave, and on turn 3 it will become a 3/3 flyer that makes it hard for us to cast spells every now and then. This is an absurd deck from our opponent. We see Thousand Face Shadow into Tatsunari Toad Rider into Inventive Iteration. That being said, Thousand Face Shadow isn't really living up to its rarity this game. It's just a 1-mana 1/1 flyer, kind of a network disruptor. But Tatsunari Toad Rider plus Inventive Iteration certainly are. So we're probably just in this game to get as much information about our opponent's deck as possible. It's already looking quite impossible to turn this one around in any way. Yeah, we have no attacks in with the wall of 2 3/3s here, especially one, if we trade off into this one, they can just replace it the second they play another enchantment. So let's go... Yeah, let's just slam our stuff down, but not slam our scary cards down. I mean, if I was trying to have any hope this game, I'd play Lion Sash, but I think I don't have any hope. I'd just rather not reveal it. I don't know, maybe I'm probably calling it early. Let's play the Lion Sash and just see. Maybe we've got a shot. Feels unlikely. Let's make sure not to use too much of my timer here as well, in case we go to 3 games. Yeah, Lion Sash is just +1/+1 right now. There's 1 permanent in graves. Behold the Unspeakable. Card is very, very good. Especially good against our deck. Our board's all 2 power or less. Drop it down. We will definitely draw a card off Circuit Mender. Other than that, do we make any blocks? Maybe Iron Apprentice here. We can get a counter on something off of it still, and just take 3 down to 18. Counter on the Menace creature or the First Striker seems good. I think I like it better on the Menace creature. If we put the counter on the First Striker, they can't attack in with these unless they spend the 2 mana, but it's going to be really easy for them to just spend 2 mana and say they're completely unblockable off of that bottom part of Tatsunari's ability. So I think I just put the counter on the Menace card here. Or the Lion Sash, I mean, that'd be solid. Banishing Slash is a great draw. We can get rid of Tatsunari himself, as well as spit out a Samurai. It's better than playing Naomi here, and we even have the land to... Got the land to exile it from the grave. Better to kill the 3/3 flyer or the Tatsunari on the ground? Tatsunari is essentially a 3/3 flyer, as long as they spend 2 mana. It's a 3/3 flyer on attacks. That also gives their other 3/3. Yeah, this is threatening 6 flying damage each turn instead of just 3. We kill Tatsunari here. And we definitely exile Tatsunari from their grave for our Sash. Could attack for 1 with our Road Captain if we definitely don't want to block with it. We have so many blockers, feels unlikely, so we'll hit for 1. Feels unlikely we need Captain. So flip the iteration, scry 2, draw 2 off the Behold. Some very powerful sagas from our opponent here. Both to the top, so whatever they're drawing, it's straight gas. Life of Toshiro Umezawa from our opponent. Very, very good here. Can kill our Hot Shot mechanic. Can't kill our Lion Sash, but can kill the Hot Shot. Get a free kill off of it. Our opponent's deck is nuts. Life of Toshiro Umezawa and Behold the Unspeakable are some great premium uncommons. We've seen Tatsunari Toad Rider and Living Breakthrough, or Inventive Iteration for just excellent rares. They even have the premium commons, Zokiba Reckoner Raid there. This is going to be a real tough matchup. This is what I thought I was going to be running against like every round. So I'm so happy to just have made it where I am so far, whatever happens here. We can double block to block the Toad, and I guess if they have a combat trick that plays poorly for us, well, let's see. If they have a combat trick, then we'll at least know about it for the future. Maybe they're going to ninjutsu the card that gives Death Touch lifelink for the Thousand Face Shadow here. Moon Snare Specialist, permanently kill the Samurai, which also kills the Hand of Enlightenment here. Very nice. Get rid of that Toad Rider now. Still have an artifact and creature, so I can play Naomi for 4 power on the ground, or 6 power on the ground, 6 power toughness on the ground, but then I'm not dealing with Living Breakthrough, but I think I can wait a turn to deal with that. And Twisted Embrace it next turn. We are at 15, so I think it is Naomi as the play here. And we get to attack with Nezumi Road Captain, right? Because we'll have 3 separate blockers. I guess all we do is hit for 3. They're not going to double block. We'd be so happy if they did, but they're just not going to. Yeah, maybe it is more worth it to just hold back the captain in case they have more ninjutsu tricks like bounce spells or removal. Alright, I was going to say, maybe they will take the trade. I think the trade is still good for me. Into the Living Breakthrough. The one issue is we wouldn't get a Samurai anymore, but we'd still kill their flyer, which is a really big deal. Although they are getting another really big flyer here. That's also a huge deal. Power and toughness equal to the cards in their hand is how big this next flyer is going to be. The Vision of the Unspeakable. Attack all. This is definitely some nonsense. Probably have to say goodbye to Lion Sash here. What kind of nonsense is this? Oh, ninjutsu out the rare, and they get to make a copy of another attacking creature. Which means if anything gets through unblocked, which is guaranteed because they have 4 attackers against our 3, they ninjutsu this out, copy the thing that bounces the thing, although they go for Tamio's completion instead pre-combat, that works too. But yeah, this they could ninjutsu out and make a copy of Moon Snare Specialist to just ruin blocks really big time. 8, 9, 10, go to 4 life. Feels like I have to chump. Although even if I chump, I just die next turn, right? Like I chump there, and I go to 9, 6, blow up one of those, still take frog damage. They're going to play a flyer here. Pretty much just die next turn no matter what. Let's just move on here. I don't want to expend all my clock, as I said before. Alright, Hot Shot Mechanic, Twisted Embrace. Show me the counterspell. Why can't I play this? What? Oh no, Living Breakthrough. We got. They cast a 4-mana spell, so we couldn't cast a 4-mana spell during our turn. The flavor text demolishes us again. Yep, that's just deadsies. That's just deadsies. Can't block the menace. Could double block the menace, but then we take 10 instead of 9. Alright, well, that was a pretty disgusting match there. Very, very heavily one-sided the whole time. Even in a hand where we drew Lion Sash and Naomi and both went off, so opponent's deck seems very, very, very good. I have no idea what to do here. I mean, their big bomb, scary rare things are all like 3 toughness. The Tatsunari Toe Rider, the big sagas. Some Malfunction doesn't seem like it'll work too well for us. We don't get to block too often, so I don't love combat tricks or stuff like that, because they just have a lot of flyers and creatures that can get temporary, just unblocked except by flyers. I think it's just a run it back. Even Debt to the Kami doesn't seem great, because this card almost never seems great, but they just have a lot of creatures, so they'll always exile the weakest one. Yeah. Run it back and hope for the best. We do get to be on the play this time, which is nice. Don't remember if we were on the play the first time. Probably were. Spirited Companion, Lion Sash to guarantee the Banishing Slash gives us a token. That's 3 excellent cards to play no matter what lands we draw. So we will keep this. Akiba Reckoner Raid, turn 1 from our opponent. Seems good. Do draw Black Source here. We want to play Companion first, because Lion Sash is functionally the same. It's just a 1/1, but it doesn't draw us a card. Lion Sash is not good till much later in the game, and it doesn't even seem super good in this matchup, because there's not a lot of trading going on. There's just a lot of unblockable creatures and hard to block creatures. So not a lot of onboard trades. Though I will trade for their Silencer if they wish. They might want to stop us from ninjutsuing. Even though we don't have any ninjutsu in our deck, they have a lot in theirs, and they might be a little conditioned by their own deck there to be worried about ninjutsu at all times. But it is a fair choice. I mean, we could have the 3/2 lifelinker to ninjutsu out, and then we're drawing another card, getting a bunch of lifelink damage in. But we know what's in our deck, and we are very happy to trade our 1/1 Spirited Companions with pretty much anything. They moved to main phase 2 here with 3 mana up, double blue and a black. Debt to the Kami is the play. Alright, well, we've seen Debt to the Kami be good. 3 mana to kill my 3 mana card. Perfectly balanced, perfectly fair. We go Lion Sash Inkrise Infiltrator here. Or we make Lion Sash a 3/3. Probably better to just make the Sash a 3/3. So that is what I shall do. Unfortunately, all our enchantments are dead now, so we need an enchantment on board for Naomi. I was not expecting the immediate removal for the 2/3 lifelinker. This card has Menace, so nothing we can do about it. They will probably ninjutsu out the card that bounces, and then Lion Sash just goes back to hand here. They can ninjutsu whatever they like here. Yep. So Sash to hand, but that does take all their mana. Actually, they go Swamp. They go Swamp main phase 2, and they do get to recast the Reckoner Raid. But they are stuck on 3 mana. So we can Naomi as just a 4/4 here. I think it's better to Lion Sash, though. For now, looking to draw into our enchantment. Any enchantment. Yeah, I think I'm again going to set up for the Lion Sash exile 2 cards. But play the Hot Shot mechanic as well, so the Hot Shot mechanic is what we're going to block this Specialist with, so our Sash doesn't die to any tricks. The Okiba Reckoner raid is back. Arm Guard Familiar is the play for turn, probably just passing here now. Yep. So let's start going with this Lion Sash. Get this ready to just start jamming in. No enchantments out. This is actually pretty rough here. Play a 4/4 or play a flyer. We attack with Lion Sash, trades into both their creatures. If we had a trick, it would be a beautiful attack. We can also just configure or unconfigure and still play the flyer. That seems good. Hotshot Mechanic trades into both their creatures as well. Okay. Just hit for 4. Unconfigure. If they attack all trying to get ninjutsu in, we put the 1/2 on the 2/1, the 3/3 on the 2/2. Probably worth it just to stop ninjutsu. Even if it does put the Sash at risk here. Sashes again, it's only doing +2/+2 right now. Biting Palm Ninja. Oh yeah. So could have ninjutsu'd that in if they were lucky. Still no enchantment. At this point we have to just slam down Naomi. And then whenever we draw an enchantment, we'll just have a good attack with her instead of a good enter the battlefield effect. I don't think we're playing Banishing Slash yet though, because all we can kill is this. And we can just wait. Might as well hold up more white mana. We're just not going to use Inside Inkrise Infiltrator here. Menace creature's rough. Biting Palm Ninja being Menace is definitely a big deal. We definitely want to double block that so they can't exile our Banishing Slash from hand by removing the Menace counter from it. So I might not even attack here. I mean, we're only getting in for 1 damage. So it's not missing out on that much by not attacking with the Infiltrator. Now we can start doing some reconfigure plays, moving onto the flyer, then moving off of it, stuff like that. Because if we empty our hand, we're no longer that concerned about getting hit by the ninja. We are down to 14, and they could have more ninjutsu. So there are reasons to be concerned. But not that concerned. Pass turn here. Just exile that nonsense from their grave. Just because Iron Apprentice is the draw. Well, it gives us a 3rd artifact that's not an enchantment, doesn't help the Banishing Slash. I think we are still holding on to Banishing Slash here, but I think we do reconfigure onto the Infiltrator and then unconfigure. Or is that's just as much damage as just spending 4 to give +2/+2. Right, because it's 2 mana to move, 2 mana to unmove. That's 4 for +2/+2. It's the exact same mana spent, so we might as well just attack and buff. And then cast the Iron Apprentice. One mana away from double buffing Infiltrator each attack now. Full send to try to get ninjutsu? Nope. Main phase 2 and just pass on through. We've got the 8 mana now to double buff Infiltrator on attacks. And that's what we shall do. And kill it here. -3, -0, loses flying. Yep, that basically kills it here. Just removal spell. Essentially. Could just take 2 if they want. Yep, they just take 2. Fourth mana from our opponent. They've been mana screwed for a long time, but that can be a benefit if the game manages to go long. It means you still have 4 straight plays. All cards in their hand are not lands, so they have nothing but some kind of gas to work with if they have the mana to cast it now, which is not going to be a good time for us. Yep, Tamiyo's completion it is to shut off the Lion Sash. Still no enchantment to get a Samurai out of Banishing Slash, but we may be at the time where we have to just use it to save our Sash. Our Sash is just a 3/3 right now. We could use it to save our Infiltrator and just keep trying to race. That might be better. Might be like our one hope. Just kill them before they cast their whole hand, because they have so many more cards to get dumping out now. They're down to 12. We attack for 5 in the sky, 3 turns in a row to kill them. They hit us for a decent amount on the ground, and we're down to 14. They've got the 5 mana now. If this is any kind of saga, it'll be pretty big. Yep, that's awful. Not quite a free attack, but basically kill a menace creature or an arm guard familiar. If we kill the menace creature, we lose our Iron Apprentice, so we might as well kill something where we don't lose a creature here. The arm guard familiars are easier to kill in the future than the specialist is, so we could just kill the specialist here. Could even actually block with Iron Apprentice just to put a counter on the Infiltrator to speed it up to a 2-turn clock. It's not a 2-turn clock because it still has -2 during our turn. It's still a 3-turn clock. That's brutal. I think Behold just wins it here. How all in do we go? Do we do this just to stop the damage twice? Or not twice, it's just stop the damage right now. No, I don't think we do, but I think we do block with Iron Apprentice. You know what, let's get, no, they're still gonna have a reconfigure left even if we kill that one. We'll kill the 2/2. Down to 7. Counter on Infiltrator. Infiltrator hits for 4 right now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 mana is only enough to buff twice anyway. We can't reconfigure because Lion Sash has no abilities. If we attack with Infiltrator and buff twice, we hit them for 4, they're down to 8. They crack back with 2 menace creatures. We could only block one of them. We could just block the other 2 and go to 2 life. So we just hope for an exceptional top deck here. And hope for no lethal from our opponent this turn. There are a lot of spells they could have that would turn it into just immediate lethal. Yeah, we need to draw something excellent. And even if I play this land and draw another land, it won't be triple pump next turn. We need 12 mana for that. We have 6, 7, 8, 9. This would be 10. So we'll keep this in hand. Maybe they'll exile or remove their menace counter or something. Both to top. I have a distinct feeling that that means here comes lethal. Assassin's Ink is already lethal. It's already 7 damage. We block an Arm Guard Familiar and die. And Inventive Iteration as well means we block nothing and die. Wow. What a nuts deck from our opponent. Really well drafted there. And that'll be 6-1 now. Here we are in round 8, 6-1 so far with a pretty sweet hand. Spirited Companion turn 2, Ghost Shintai of Shared Purpose turn 4. If our opponent isn't a super aggressive deck, I'm a pretty big fan of this hand. They start with a red source, could very well be quite aggressive, and now we do have the curve out. Turn 2 play, turn 3 play, and turn 4 play. Even have the option between Golden Tail Disciple and Circuit Mender on turn 3. See which one we want more. Red-blue from our opponent, so red-blue tends to be a pretty artifact-heavy color pair. Can be pretty aggressive as well. Red is quite the aggressive color. Tawashi Song Shaper is the play. I think I'd rather play Circuit Mender in case of removal than Golden Tail Disciple. Because then if they play an artifact creature to buff the Song Shaper to attack in, I still probably want to just block and trade with Circuit Mender, whereas I wouldn't want to with Golden Tail Disciple. The benefit to Golden Tail Disciple is it would lead better into a turn 4 Twisted Embrace, but I'm probably hoping to hold this longer than that. Imperial Recovery Unit's the play from our opponent. Unfortunately, they do have the 2 power to crew it. And it crews into a 3-4, and when it attacks, they get a creature back from their grave, which includes Tawashi Song Shaper, so no longer does it look like getting the Song Shaper off the board is going to be a good trade for me. So I think we attack all. Play our Golden Tail Disciple here. I definitely don't want to let the Imperial Recovery Unit just keep getting back small creatures and stuff, so I just don't want to kill the Song Shaper anymore. Our opponent is on red, blue, and white. 3-color deck here. See what they've got coming turn 4. If they want to just get aggressive, I'm very fine with that now. With our lifelinker, we can certainly outrace. They could do some kind of fancy play here where they like Modern Age or something to draw discard a cheap card, and then crew the recovery unit and get in. Oof, Mobilizer Mech also leads to a very fancy play. Song Shaper crews the Mobilizer Mech, which crews the Imperial Recovery Unit. That being said, the Mobilizer Mech doesn't have haste anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Still just attacking for 3. Alright, Roadside Reliquary is the draw. They can crew anything based on how we attack. I mean, we can just Wanderer's Intervention, whatever they crew to block with, so do we just attack all with the 2/3s? Get ready to Wanderer's Intervention, then draw 2 off of our land is probably the play. Mobilizer Mech is it's 2 mana though, so when they attack with a recovery unit, they get to get the mech back. Yeah, I don't even think Wanderer's Intervention works that good on the attack here. We probably just play Ghost Shintai and start getting 1/1s. Sunblade Samurai, nice 4/4 vigilance here. We can blow that up pretty freely because we can blow it up and they won't even be able to get it back with a recovery unit or anything. Crew both vehicles here. No mana up though. Alright, they don't want to crew the recovery unit anyway because we could just make a good block. Cool. So now the only vehicle they can crew is the recovery unit, so we can kill the recovery unit with Wanderer's Intervention. And kill the Sunblade Samurai with Twisted Embrace. We can do it in a way where we make everything big enough to attack into Song Shaper, or make Goshintai big enough to attack into Song Shaper more directly. So I think that's what I want to do. Goshintai now big enough to attack into Song Shaper, and we just kill their 4/4 here. We just attack into Song Shaper. Probably attack all here, because they would rather like kill our 2/3 lifelinker than a random 1/1 off the crew. So they're probably just going to straight block a Disciple anyway. So we might as well get the extra chip damage in with the 1/1s. Even though this leaves it open to, if they have the perfect reads, just like blocking a 1/1 with a 2/2 instead of crewing recovery unit. But they do not have the perfect reads, so we get to Wanderer's Intervention, the recovery unit. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. We hit pretty hard here. And this Lion Sash has a lot of fuel in the graves now. Plus we still have that roadside reliquary to draw too. Moonfolk Puzzle Maker. That is in the sky. Song Shaper big enough to crew the mech and hit us again. But Golden Tail Disciple going to be lifelinking us back into this game, especially with a Lion Sash. With a Lion Sash slapped on. 2 cards left in their hand, 3 mana up. Blade Blizzard Kitsune it is, a double striker. Probably a Lion Sash onto the Disciple. Ready to buff it up however much we need. They can do some kind of weird triple or double block to kill it, but we'll still whittle down their board as well as gain a bunch of life, so it seems pretty worth it to me. So I think we go Lion Sash, throw it on the Disciple, and we can +2/+2 make it a 4/5. Kill a decent one of their cards, while also making the Sash bigger in the future. They could double block a 4/5 with like a 3/4 and a 1/4, and then we kill the 3/4. I think that's their best block. Could kill another one of our cards here. If we attack in with 2, they can like make a good double block on Goshintai or single block. So I think I just send in Golden Tail Disciple here. We keep sending in 1 Lion Sashed creature a turn again. Crew the mech block with the 3/4 and the 2/2. We have to buff at least once to kill the mobilizer mech. If we buff twice, we still only kill one of their creatures, so we may as well buff once and drop Iron Apprentice down. Or just buff once and play another 1/1 with our Goshintai. That's probably better. Actually, no, we do have to buff twice. We need 4 power to kill the mech. But maybe it's better to just kill Song Shaper. We just kill Song Shaper and they only have 2 blockers because they have to crew for the mech, and the only way to crew the mech is by tapping 2 of their creatures. So it's actually okay to just not kill the mech. We just kill Song Shaper here. And then we make 2 1/1s playing Iron Apprentice plus Goshintai and just go really wide around their very few blockers. That actually does seem better to me. Because we can dump all our mana into Sash just next turn instead. And now we get to go nice and wide. And they kept whatever they put on top, so it's probably something that can like blow up an artifact and deal with the Lion Sash. Whether or not it's reconfigured. Or it's just like a solid big creature to help block with or something. We'll see soon enough. College's Terrarium. That's 2 +1/+1 counters now with 2 Terrariums. And they pull out another land here. Thins the deck out. Draws them a card, pretty nice. I'm so happy I drafted this Roadside Reliquary and left it in the deck, even though it has been messing up our mana now and then. It's been incredibly, incredibly helpful to be able to just cycle one of our lands to draw 2 in situations like this. As we get later in the game, so like next turn, if I don't top deck something, if I just top deck a land, we're going to be very happy to cycle away this Roadside Reliquary to draw 2. Their Blade Blizzard Kitsune is getting really scary, because it's a double strike with a lot of power, but we can just chump block with a 1/1 every turn until they kill Goshintai. So not that big of a deal. It's turning into a really good blocker, though. Kami's Flare, get rid of Lion Sash. Fair enough. So yeah, it being a really good blocker is a problem. We're going to now need to pull out removal to deal with it to get attacking again. Their only card in hand is an island. So that is nice to know. Crack the Roadside Reliquary here to draw 2. Land and Okiba Reckoner Raid. Reckoner Raid's pretty spicy. Land is fine. We'll just keep that in our hand, though, for now, I think. Keep making the board nice and wide, so eventually we just find lethal. Is it worth just a slam attack here? Because they're just drawing off the top here. So what happens if they draw dead? Do we kill them if they draw dead? We attack all. They probably don't even crew, because it's either make a 3/4 or just have a 3/3 double strike blocker. So they 3/3 double strike blocker on Goshintai. They 1/4 blocker on the 2/3, take 1, 2, 3, 4 damage and kill the Goshintai, which means they've taken 4, they're down to 6. Next turn, they block Circuit Mender. And I guess they probably kill a 1/1 here and go to 5. So then next turn, we wouldn't have Goshintai anymore. We wouldn't have this 1/1. They would block this and block this. They'd take 3, go to 2, but they drain a life from Okiba Reckoner Raid. I don't think we're quite there yet. And Goshintai keeps giving us another creature every single turn, so it just makes us closer and closer and closer to the go wide kill. Every turn that we can drop a creature while our opponent just draws dead. So I think we wait. Don't just send all in here. But if they just top deck a land, then that's probably just immediately the turn where we just get to send all in next turn. Oh dear. Oh, that's the end step. Never mind. That's the end step. They're just crewing to scry 1 here, so it's not likely our opponent draws dead that long. For some reason, I immediately thought that was like going to combat. They crew back. I'm like, well, if they only have 1 blocker and it can't kill Goshintai, then we definitely attack all. No, that was the scry to set up the top deck here. Another counter on the Kitsune. It's now a 4/4 double striker. It's super jamming. Oh, they're just going to send it in. All right, goodbye 1/1. What are they trying to Ironhoof bore for lethal? They only hit for like 13. Persona Asari Commander. Just a 3/3 haste. We don't have to worry about the indestructible part of that. So what do we do here? We can make Goshintai a 4/6 vigilance this turn, but it's our card that keeps spitting out tokens, so I don't think that's right. We probably make Circuit Mender a 4/5. A 4/5 can attack in on this board, and it hits them for 4, or it does trade into something. It trades into the Kitsune, trades into the Mobilizer mech, trades into Persona. It's going to kill 1 creature when they block. So I think it is Life of Toshiro Umezawa to buff Circuit Mender. And then when it trades, we draw a card off of it. And of course, we're spitting out another 1/1 in the end step. to get closer to the go wide lethal. Still. If I were my opponent, I would probably do the chump with mobilizer here. Or, I mean, it's going to be a trade. It's going to be a trade, and they have to double block for it to be a trade, which means I get to kill the non-vehicle no matter what. So yeah, it's a really rough position for our opponent. Like, either they block with Kitsune and we trade there, I kill a non-vehicle, or they crew the mobilizer mech, block with like a 3-3 in the vehicle, and I kill the non-vehicle that way too. This would be another matchup where the lucky offering would have been big. Out of the sideboard. So I definitely should have drafted that lucky offering. The two big differences in the draft, we could have had a lucky offering, we could have had a second Naomi. That being said, the Spirited Companions have been incredibly, incredibly useful the full time. And a 1-mana, no they don't, they just have an island in hand, they don't have a 1-mana combat trick. They're just going to crew again to get a scry off. Scry to the bottom. We draw a card. Repel the Vial. That can exile the Blade Blizzard. Kitsune, can it not? Yes, it can. I just don't have the mana to do it right now. And I think I'd rather make a 1-1 than do this right now, because I can just do it during our turn. Land for turn. I guess if we do it during our turn, they get to crew the mobilizer mech another turn here. That is a true fact. They have one random card in their hand here. Can we go wide for lethal? They only have 2 blockers guaranteed. 2 total blockers. I can't stop them from having a blocker because they just crew the mech with the Kitsune. If we try to repel right now. So 2 blockers, they go block, block, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They take 7, not quite lethal. Well, let's see what Spirited Companion gets us. It's almost definitely right to just attack all this time. Gets us Imperial Oath. It's 100% right to attack all then. If we have an Imperial Oath coming up, they're definitely dead in 2 turns. They're definitely dead in 2 turns, and if somehow, some way they're not definitely dead in 2 turns, then we just Imperial Oath. Okay, so we get to repel here. Which is nice. Save the Goshintai. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go to 1 life. Just to make sure they can't draw a couple combat tricks for like +5 and trample or some random stuff. Just go ahead and get rid of that now. They go ahead and crew the mech to get their scry 1. One final draw step, scries to the bottom. Pass turn. That is going to be game 1 in the bag in our favor. And I will be right back. I don't think we have anything to sideboard in this matchup yet again. Yep. Because we don't have that lucky offering. But yeah, I'll be right back. Here we are. Game 2 now. We are on the draw. Definitely want to hit a black source, but we know we get Hotshot Mechanic and Ghost Shintai on 4. We are on the draw. On the draw here, I think I'm going to keep this. We know we have 2 good plays. 1, an excellent start to the game, and 1, a nice end to the game. Turn 2 from our opponent. Both colors here. They go for Ecologist Terrarium to set up a play next turn, pick up a land here. grab a plains. We've got Befriending the Moths on 4 now, just like Ghost Shintai, so that'll probably happen after that. Turn 3 from our opponent, they've got all 3 colors thanks to the terrarium, and they go ahead and play a Prodigy's Prototype. And 1 more vehicles you control attack, they get a 1/1 pilot that can crew those vehicles. That is really good. That is really going to make their deck function. That'll make sure they always have the creatures they need to keep these vehicles attacking and blocking. So that is, yeah, that's very threatening. Also, I mean, it spits out a 1/1 to block our 2/1s, so if they play a creature, crew the prototype, and attack here, that's going to be just super great. Probably Befriending the Moths if they do that, so we can still just hit for 3 in the sky for now, and eventually get a flyer to try to close the game out in the sky. Hit for 3 here, hit for 3 the turn after. Oh yeah, this is going to be really good. Crew the prototype, attack in. Yeah, this is going to be nasty. They're going to race pretty well too, because now they've got a 2/2 double striker down. I am very, very worried here. Yep, no black source means we're still just on the flying plan. Definitely getting punished for the keep here. Yeah, this card seems pretty nuts, pretty terrifying. They're just dropping a Sorry Captain, now they're attacking because of haste, they're attacking for like 1,000,000. Wow, yeah, this is just going to be a quick loss here. There's not much we can do about this. Down to 6 now. Still no black sword, that's definitely just it, right? I mean, we could just not attack here, play Ghost Shintai and make a 1/1. It's our most defensive play. That is just quite the curve out from our opponent. Quite the run of cards here. Kami's Flare, the Ghost Shintai, and we take damage from them having a modified creature. Yeah, this is a nasty deck here. I mean, that kind of just seals it, right? You can chump that to double block there and go to dead. We die if we do that. That's all we can do is chump. Because we die if we don't block another one of these. Yeah, no, we're mega dead. Well, let's hope that does not happen again. Definitely going to need to get more aggressive with the mulligans. Just kept an iffy hand and definitely got punished real hard for it that game. I think we are going to run it back here, see how things go in game 3. All right, we're definitely going to go on the play here. We have Iron Apprentice. We can cycle through the Roadside Reliquary. We have 8 white sources in the deck. Mulligan this time. There we go. Rid of a black source here. Still have 3 mana total. Air of Enlightenment scries us into the mana we need. Mountain turn 1, we draw the second black source still, so we still have double black for the removal if we hit it. Air of Enlightenment here, scry 2. Go Golden Tail Disciple is going to be our play next turn, but Banishing Slash will be nice to have in the future. As is Hotshot Mechanic, because it triggers Naomi, gives us an artifact. I think we keep the 2 of these. Don't have the next white source for Banishing Slash anyway, so I guess we do it in this order still. Turn 2 from our opponent. And they pass the turn. Probably a Kami's Flare here to deal 3 damage to something. If they thought so long about doing something there during their turn, they have Ecologist Terrain or Kami's Flare. Just let them flare the Disciple. Because otherwise we're playing Hotshot Mechanic, and if we misread and they just don't have the flare, that's just super bad. That we didn't just play Disciple this turn. I guess it's really not that much worse if their board remains empty, and if it doesn't, if it just gets like a 2-2 onto it, we can still just attack in with this and offer a trade. They're reading up on our Hotshot Mechanic. They might blow it up here. It's Kami's Flare. Three mana, turn 3 from our opponent. They go for an Imperial Recovery unit. Nothing engraved to recover yet. Hopefully we can get the white source to blow that up. But for now we're playing our Golden Tail Disciple and passing now. Deciding which they want to kill here. They must have double flare, double removal. Nope. Cycle the Samurai. Well, cycle the Samurai and they still can play 2 mana removal. Pass the turn here. Lion Sash is the draw. Definitely want to attack in and see if we can draw out the removal before I do anything else. Skip right on through. They do not want to blow anything up right now. Lion Sash and a reconfigure. So it can't be killed by damage spells here. They've got their blue source now, 5 mana up. We do have an artifact and enchantment out now for Banishing Slash and Naomi. Moonfolk Puzzlemaker's the play, not big enough to crew the recovery unit. Recovery unit also only picks up 2 mana value creatures, not 3 mana value creatures. They do blow up the Lion Slash, unfortunately. Lion Sash with the explosive entry. And now the Puzzlemaker is big enough to crew the recovery unit, although it would just be to attack in here. I'd love to Banishing Slash this Puzzlemaker, but we do not have the double white to do it, so we don't get to attack in here. We just play Spirited Companion to draw a card. In case we hit another black source, I would rather tap like this, so I can go Swamp and sack the Reliquary if we still do not hit a second white. Okay, we do hit the second white for the future. We do not have attacks here, attacking into a 2/5 or, more importantly, a 3/4. Opponent scries 1 here. To the bottom. We have lost our artifact, so we no longer have an artifact and enchantment for Naomi and Roadside Reliquary. Land for turn. Hinata, Dawn Crown, 4/4 Flying Trample makes our stuff cost more. Well, so much for killing a puzzle maker. We're now trying to get that tapped to kill that instead. Scry to the bottom with puzzle maker. We take 2 down to 22. Go to our turn. 6 men is really not what we're looking for. We can attack with Companion to threaten some kind of trick. Worst case scenario, Companion just dies. Best case scenario, they're scared and they crew Recovery Unit to block with that, in which case Hinata's tapped. I should probably just cast Naomi. It's the only way we're guaranteed doing something here. Cycle Roadside Reliquary and see what we hit, because we'll play our 5th land this turn anyway, if we want to Banishing Slash this turn, but I don't believe we do. Yeah, I think we're just casting Naomi. Passing the turn. Have their Light the Way here. 1 white mana trick. Return a permanent they control to their hand, or +1/+1 counter and untap something. Light the Way would be devastating if they attack with Hinata here, because then I can Banishing Slash to destroy a tapped creature, and then they just untap it, and it doesn't resolve. So we just spend a Banishing Slash to do nothing. I don't think we can afford to try to Banishing Slash Hinata anymore, because they probably have Light the Way. We've seen it from them before, I believe. Sorry, Captain, they're holding that 1 white mana up. Yeah, that is not good at all. See what we draw off Roadside Reliquary. As you can see, they have something that's waiting for them here. It's got to be Light the Reliquary. They had it up last turn. Or Light the Way. Befriending the Moths is actually huge here, though. Now we can try to race. Just start attacking with Naomi in the sky. They could put a counter on Hinata and untap it, and then it trades for Naomi. Or they can put a counter on Puzzle Maker just to be able to block and have them bounce off each other, but then they won't have the Light the Way anymore to save Hinata in the future. I take the 5. Crew the Recovery Unit to scry 1. Still have nothing to recover. Crew the recovery unit, scry 1. Send in the squad. +1/+1 untap makes the captain 5 power, 4 toughness. That would kill both our creatures, but we still kill the captain. We take 4, 5, 6, 7 here. We gain 2, essentially going to 13. If they don't use the trick here, then captain only kills one of our creatures. So I feel like they use the trick here. And then we have free reign to kill Hinata. Kami's Flare. Pretty rough. It would be pretty horrific for us anywhere, though. Tezzeret, Betrayer of Flesh. Yikes.
I can practically taste success already.
Draw 2, discard 2 for card filtering. If they discard an artifact, they only discard 1, which they did. And they still have the 1 white mana up. To hit us with Hinata here. Drain them for 1 life. With Okiba Reckoner Raid, we hit them down to 9. They very easily outrace us. Our only hope is we get to actually kill Hinata here, because then we can kill Tezzeret on the attack. Kill Hinata with Banishing Slash. Okiba Reckoner Raid to gain some life, trump block Asari Captain, and just kind of hope for the best from there. We'll flip a 2/4 flyer to block the Puzzle Maker. I think that's our best shot here, but if they have the light the way, they untap Puzzle Maker, block Naomi. Tezzeret doesn't die. Okay, maybe I'm playing around nothing here.
You still know nothing of my dreams.
Do we kill Hinata? We kill Hinata. Alright. We've got a big shot then. Depends on what they drew into here. Oh my god. Yeah, that's filthy. 4 power haste here. Pretty just absolutely massive. Definitely have to chump or we are dead on board. Nope, that's game. Two blockers against 3 attackers, 4/3, 4/3, 3/4. We have to block every 4/3, so we lose Naomi and Imperial Moth. They only lose 1 captain and still hit us down to 1 life. That's if they have nothing left in their hand. That's lethal. Unfortunate ending there. Played around the light the way. Probably a little too hard, because obviously they didn't end up having the light the way, but even then, we just die a bit slower. Still definitely die this one. Nasty ending. Either way, really happy with the record overall. We started this draft thinking it was going to be a 2-2 or something. Very, very average deck in comparison to some of the stuff we've been seeing. Certainly these last 2 losses. But still managed to pull out the 6-win run here. and in the money. Really can't be unhappy about that. The first time in my entire life I've won money playing Magic, and it's $1,000. That is absolutely wild. So we'll take one last look at the deck here if you want to check it out. We did have to run some random kind of really medium cards like Iron Apprentice to trigger Naomi more often, stuff like that, and even then Naomi was pretty inconsistent. Naomi was probably inconsistent enough that I actually think that the triple Spirited Companion 1 Naomi deck actually did end up being better than double Spirited Companion double Naomi would have been. That being said, the one very, very big thing I should have done differently during the draft, I was just kind of on autopilot a bit to my regular drafting methods. I should not have taken Return to Action over Lucky Offering, because Lucky Offering would have been useful in multiple of our rounds. That being said, in the first round that it would have been useful, and against the Eater of Virtue deck, we still won that round, so it panned out fine. But either way, Lucky Offering would have been a great piece of sideboard tech to have here. But once again, overall, I'm not going to over-evaluate everything now. I just want to kind of come down from this high, just chill and vibe for a few days, just take a break from Magic, because it's been some stressful games these last 2 days. These Arena Open events really, really put you in a different headspace when you're competing like this. So let's go ahead and do something very cathartic here, and let's claim that $1,000 prize. Wizards of the Coast will contact eligible players earning this award after the event. Scoop it right up, and just there it is, sit there, 1,000 USD just in the banner by the wild cards. That's so cool. Well, that was absolutely wild. I had a great time on this journey to the $1,000. I hope you all enjoyed these videos as well. It genuinely, if it weren't for you, I would never have gotten this, because the only reason that I spent money to go for a 4th Arena Open event was just, to keep making videos on it, to see if we can't day 2 so we get a nice video off of the first event and the second event. Some just exciting Magic to watch and be a part of, hopefully. So genuinely, if it weren't for you, I never would have won this, because I am not someone who likes competing at this level, as you can probably tell by the stress. But sometimes it just works out. Sometimes the random scrubs can get $1,000, and I'm happy to do so. So once again, from the bottom of my heart, seriously, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for sticking around on the channel, for all of the various highs and lows, as sometimes I make like alchemy videos and historic brawl videos, for all the people that just want to watch draft, for all the people that just want to watch historic brawl but still stick around for the videos like these. Thank you so much, and I will be, as always, back again very soon for some more Magic Arena.